afternoon. Honored to just a conference. So they welcome here in the heart Czech republice. Been a crossroads, and it reasons to explore the words, to learn, never encounter. As researchers, their need years. Instance, digital platforms when trends were the true light, the numbers, and to emerge that extra call past the afternoon food insecurity here the or uncomfortable deeply more can transform the way make a difference. These are people who step outside and bring their voice. Afternoon we the story and rapid memory. Which one invites new different move beyond and go to a place very torn apart, take us deep and children. It love a child can stands the Anna of force.
Wow. Everyone, my research at it's a real with you and important preparation on you. Of course, for social media, but today from. Let me start on a page and for separated in the front the place and these people parents children. This is a case where research is directly shaped to a program that is already make lives better. And of course, I would like to share with you what it means to make research during the wartime. So, for example, in frontline regions or some areas that actively bombed, face-to-face interviews is too risky for both interviewers or respondents. And of course, in these cases, we could switch on to remote methods like telephone or KV surveys. In more stable areas like West or some parts of Central Ukraine, we still can do household or street interviews, but even there, we should train our interviewers so careful how to do and how to recognize some of trauma, how to stop interview when it seems that a respondent is too distressed, and how to continue this interview if it's possible. Of course, with the displaced population, we often rely to mixed methods, for example, telephone or KT to reach those who moved but still kept Ukrainian SIM cards, KV panel for urban NDPs who have internet access, and now that we very often used in Ukraine community-based sampling for rural areas through local NGOs, volunteer hubs, or municipalities. So in wartime in Ukraine, for research design is always context-specific. The method for Kyiv will not work for Kharkiv. And what is possible in Lviv may be unsafe in Mykolaiv. Every project for us starts with one question. Not what is ideal scientifically, but what is safe and ethical there and today. That's why we need to make a double checking of all our steps, our tools, our training for interviewers, our logistics, and so on. And of course, safety on the first place. And one of big challenge is that sampling is moving. Millions of people are displaced. Population are not stable. And we have to build dynamic quota and accept that the picture is always shifting. And the fourth, that as for me the most important challenge, is that the researchers themselves are in the same crisis. For example, I am by myself internal displaced 2 times and 2 times external displaced person. So this is my experience and experience of many researchers as well. So we are now in Ukraine as researchers, we are not just natural observers. We are also displaced. We have lost our homes, and some of us have relatives at the front. And they carry personal trauma every day while interviewing others. In some cases, and in even professional options, we became a social psychologist, because every day we need to manage a very sensitive situation with our interviewers, and both in qualitative or quantitative interviews. And of course, before the invasion, much of our work looks different. We focused on social attitudes, social knowledge, social impacts, and so on. But war changed everything overnight. And now we are asked to survey such things like NDP needs, refugee experience, business relocation, mental health in communities that are in extremely stress. But for us for service, it was like not about changing the methods. It was about stepping into new reality when we need to be sure that the voices of most vulnerable groups are not lost. And I want to ask you, how do you imagine the war? Because the morning of February 24, 2022, it was a day that split our life before and after. And of course, for service, we're also thinking what we're gonna do with this. And it was also like an equation that we need to find out how to document this reality, how to fix all this evidence, and how to go on with this reality. So also we need to be sure that this experience of people are not lost. Because research is not usual, essential service in wartime. And of course, no one puts race in the same category like medicine, food, or shelter. But of course, evidence became like essential in different way, not for business, but for survival. Policy makers, NGOs, and humanitarian agencies needed to know where are the people, what they are doing, what do they need. And of course, for better understanding what is the level of disruption, I would like to share with you some numbers. Nearly 28% of Ukrainians had to leave their homes. 6 and 9 million became refugees abroad. Another 3 and 8 million displaced inside the country. 2 and 5 million homes destroyed or damaged. 1 and 5 million people lost their jobs. And already 1 and 2 million people are veterans, a number that could reach 5 million in the coming year. Each number hides a story. The mother who lost her home, a child who cannot sleep in the night, and father who returns from front changed forever. And then there are the children. Since the war began, more than 600 children have been killed, over 2,000 injured, and more than 2,200 are missing. At least 19,500 have been recorded as forcibly displaced, and many believe that the real number is far higher. When you hear these statistics, don't think about this like abstract. Think of them as classrooms left empty, playgrounds gone silent, and families unsure if their children are safe today. That's why our research focused so strongly on families with children. This study was carried out for the Ukrainian Child Wellbeing Foundation. They have been working for more than 25 years to protect children, to give them safe spaces, and to prepare them for independent life. By commissioning this research, they showed real leadership. They were needed evidence on what families and children actually go through. So what support programs are grounded in reality? So how did we do it? We combined qualitative and quantitative approaches. Over 500 parents with children took part in survey across Ukraine and abroad. We organized 4 focus groups, 2 inside Ukraine and 2 with refugees. We held 15 in-depth interviews with NGO and government representatives. So, which results we have? Actually, as you see, the experience of separation show us that separated due to the war in our research was 52%. And of course, some of them were separated with wife or husband, with their real loved people, with grandmother, grandfather, and so on. And of course, these numbers show us that separation affects every kind of family: parents, children, grandparents. It's changed daily life for everyone. 62% of families reported emotional difficulties like anxiety and depression. 43 reported financial problems, and 33 said they struggled with everyday household tasks because one parent was missing. So separation is never just about distance. It's cuts into emotional health, into financial stability, and into daily survival. Also, we asked families about the main sources of emotional tension. So uncertainty about the future named by 83%, the constant stream of news 81%, and financial worries 80%. All of this builds up 8 out of 10 families feel like high anxiety. 6 out of 10 report fatigue and apathy, and almost half struggle with sleep and appetite. And of course, the numbers don't show all, so let me share with you what people told us. One mother said that her younger child stopped speaking at all at school and needed therapy just to say a single word. Parents of teenagers described endless questions from their children like, why did we have to move? Why we need to learn this new language? And questions they couldn't answer. So these voices bring the statistic to life. They remind us that separation is not just physical distance, it's emotional disruption. And when we asked what kind of support families needed most, the answers were clear. First is psychological support for both children and parents. Second is financial support, just to make it through daily life. And third, legal support, especially for families' reunification. So this show is that support cannot be one-dimensional. Families need a whole package, emotional, financial, and legal. So, to sum up, our research revealed there are 3 key dimensions. One is the emotional toll because of anxiety, depression, guilt. The second is the communicational challenge because of time zone, safety, and stable connection. Because very often it's only one opportunity to connect with someone who are very far away from you. It's telephone or video calls. And the third is support needs, psychological, financial, and legal. So these key findings, it became the foundation for that program that I told you before, the Family Compass. Because children still draw, still love, and dream. Family finds way to adapt, communities rebuild in the middle of destruction. And our role as researchers to make sure that their voices guides that journey. And yet, despite of all this, life goes on. So thank you very much. If you need to read a full report, you could follow this QR code. Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, we are ready to connect and to share more our experience with you on our under sessions. So we are for service, and we are ready to be your reliable partner. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for the really strong story. It's quite hard to continue after this. So, well, next we look at different kind of challenge. Understanding consumers at the time when their lives are shaped by constant turbulence, from COVID to rising cost of living to the backdrop of global conflict. And this story explores how and when people are struggling to understand their own needs and priorities. And we as a researcher can find new ways to listen and make sense of that complexity. complexity. So I would like to welcome Mike Taylor from Vodafone and Maxi from Be Like Context, presenting Vodafone's Life Lens. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, it's a bit bright. Hello, good afternoon. My name's Victoria Maxi, and I'm a partner and head of intelligence for the agency here, which is We Live Context.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Taylor. I'm Group Head of Insights at Vodafone, so I look after all of our research covering innovation, brand, and customer experience across about 20 countries in Europe and Africa.
So today we wanted to talk to you a bit about a project that we collaborated on last year, which is mostly to deep dive into how consumers have changed. We realised that clearly we've come out of a period of change, COVID, for example, let alone anything else in the wider global issues that have happened, as well as a very digitally transformed world. So we wanted to come back and look at how human needs have really changed in that time. So before we talk a bit about the project, I just want to make sure everyone's kind of in the same space and we're all kind of what it is that about where we were, or kind of maybe even where we are. Let's not dwell too much on this, but I do want to talk about kind of the macro issues. As I say, the world was, continues to be in flux, I would say. Difficult economic conditions, big global events like the ones we've just talked about, and plenty of misinformation as well.
That's right, but against all this, technologies move forward considerably, and sometimes in response, sometimes as a cause of these issues. I think personal experience would lead us all to the conclusion that how people think and feel about technology has pretty much changed irrevocably. COVID created sudden shifts in digital habits and highlighted the importance of safety, well-being, and belonging. The necessity to use tech to access the outside world became a well-worn route in those early months of the pandemic. And then more recently, the launch of AI platforms like ChatGPT have redefined what technology can do, but also introduced new uncertainties.
Sorry.
All of these events combined have changed the psychological landscape of consumers and reframed what they need from technology. But the tech story may not always be positive. It can solve problems, ones we knew we had, ones we didn't really know about, but it can also create new ones by adding complexity where we want to alleviate it. The most obvious example, social media. Excellent for connecting, staying connected with loved ones, to make new friends. But obviously doom scrolling can adversely impact mood. And AI assistants can enhance our capabilities, but parents, we know, worry about the impact on cognitive ability with long-term reliance on AI. There are many more examples, but really what we're saying is that the challenge for technology businesses is to move away from more in terms of features and specifications, and to look at how tech can better solve real human needs.
So, of course, the backdrop of this is us feeding back to our technology client. We were very keen to make sure it was grounded in that. But what was interesting from us from this brief was we weren't just looking at a single lane. We weren't trying to work out if a proposition was going to do something. We weren't looking at whether or not tech innovation was working to help people. We were trying to go all the way back to quite sort of basic level needs. We wanted to understand what the building blocks for this might look like. What are the things that might shape how people behave and what they do in the future? So very much back to basics to look at need territories and how they could be used as a starting point for any kind of proposition development moving forward.
Now, clearly, there's never a bad time to understand what consumers need, but why do we want to look at this in 2024? Well, the world was just starting to get back to some sense of a normal after the pandemic. We've done a piece of work similar to this in 2019, where we'd use an existing framework of 9 human needs based on the work of Manfred Max Neef. Look him up, he's quite a cool guy. It was a significant piece of work. We did, 100 hours of in-depth interviews, 200 hours of digital monitoring of people's behaviors. But given the seismic changes in digital tech behaviors thrust upon us by the pandemic, we wanted to make sure this was still valid, and if not, where had it changed? So what we wanted was to think about how technology can better serve people instead of taking a build the tech first and then thrash around looking for a use case.
thrashed around. I like that very much. So what did we actually need to do? So we've talked about what the problem is and where we were sitting. So we needed to build a set of needs that would engage with internal teams. So what were the needs that they should be building propositions to look like, rather than maybe taking some tech that we found and work out how we can shoehorn it into a need. We needed to leverage that very thorough piece of work that had already happened before, but we needed to do it quicker and slightly more efficiently to make sure that we could kind of make sure it still held and that it was still kind of, was there anything new to uncover? And as I say, we needed to really kind of find a way to get at those people quite quickly, slightly cheaper, and definitely kind of without sort of doing anything quite so big and quite so rigorous, but really trying to make sure that we were still getting the most out of every participant that we had. Simple, surely. But what did we come up with? Yeah, friendship triads is what we came up with. Now, I think you were probably thinking I was going to tell you we were doing a method that no one had ever seen before. That's not what we did. We used a very good method that had been used for a long time. So it's maybe not the most innovative, but certainly is a great way of getting people to talk. First question, why friendship? Why not just 3 random individuals about the same age? Well, there's lots of things about having people that know each other already that can help shortcut. As I said, we were trying to do this in an efficient manner. So we wanted to understand, we wanted these people to be kind of not interviewed in isolation. We wanted them to feel that they were kind of happy in each other's company, so they felt quickly able to kind of talk more freely with us. We were the only new person adding into each triad. As our agency name suggests, Wheel of Context, we're very interested in the context of why everybody does everything. So we spend a lot of time trying to make our research quite grounded in real life, rather than making people feel that they're in a very isolated, sort of, I guess, quite sort of impersonal situation. So we brought these friends together for this natural, comfortable environment. The other thing here that's really useful with having people that are friends, and I always thought it was just my friends that did this, but apparently it's everybody's friends, that they will very willingly tell you when they've said something that's completely not what they would do. They will absolutely out their friends in that moment for trying to say something which is maybe in that kind of, like trying to give you the answer they think you want, or the answer they think makes them look really good. Their friends will absolutely call them out in front of a researcher and say that's not how they behave at all. So the other thing about this is if people forget things, they've got their other sort of historian who remembers the thing that did happen to them last week or the week before, and they will fill in those gaps. So there's a lot of sharing which doesn't always come directly from the original respondent. So what did we actually do? We chose these natural, comfortable environments. So in the UK, we had a house with lots of different rooms that we set up with a whole lot of very different situations, and I will explain those as we go. We did the second session in Germany, and they were in a community centre. So again, lots of kind of breakout spaces, quite different feeling spaces to be in. Now, the point being that we wanted these environments to be engaging. We wanted to make sure that everybody was interested. They were giving more. It wasn't just going to be interviewing people. We wanted them to feel that they were giving us feedback in a number of different ways. So you can see there's things like graffiti stations. We had things like timed responses, give us the answers as quickly as possible. We used props. We had games. Every situation was slightly different to kind of reduce that formality. We also moved them around the rooms. So different rooms were basically different stations. Different need states were covered in each of the different rooms. Additionally, we had more than one group in at a time. So whilst they couldn't hear what the other groups were up to, there was a sort of energetic feel to the whole thing. So people are writing things down, drawing, talking, recording each other. There's lots of going on, using stimulus imagery, etc., to make sure that every single session feels very different, to keep them focused on that particular need state. But also they know that something else is coming up later that might be more in their wheelhouse. I mean, I can't draw, and I certainly felt like a lot of the time we were having to remind people that this isn't a Picasso, we're just looking for your creativity as another way of getting this information out. This really helped us to get beyond the surface and helps us to really understand more of the emotional stuff here. As we all know as researchers, particularly in the consumer space, though I definitely hold to the fact that it's true in B2B as well, getting past what people want to tell you and the norm is hard, and getting to the real richness of that emotional stuff is where the real gold is. Getting beyond saying people want to do this and into we have these 17 examples of how it's slightly different and not what you thought. For the method interested, we really did do a number of different life stages, a number of different groups. These are actually images from those sessions. Intrinsically, as I say, this is the rigor of the research. And what did we do? What did we find? So here are some need states that we built out of this. They do come from that original work that Mike mentioned earlier, and we were really trying to see if there was anything new. There are a couple which weren't in there, but ultimately we came down to these 8 need states, and they are in an order. So safety, control, belonging being the sort of bedrock of this, and you have to, in a Maslow-esque way, work through the triangle to so the pyramid up to take a stand. So well-being and efficiency are secondary level, things you can probably reach relatively easily. Take a stand is about kind of your own personal viewpoint on what's going on in the world. If we look very much about kind of, I'd love to take you through them all, obviously. They are all very different and very interesting, but I'm just going to cover 3 in the interest of time. Let's start with safety. So this is a real bedrock, basic one that we're talking about. Now, safety generally, I guess if you think about it from a very direct level, is about being physically safe. And they certainly talked a lot about being physically safe, the best ones being parents of teenagers being very unsure about what their children were doing when they were out. Lots of tracking going on, for sure. And I would say mostly by those who are most likely to have done something naughty when they were teenagers, I would say was really what happened. But really, the fundamental need to feel safe came down to, in this day and age, to not just physical safety, but certainly a lot about digital safety. So not just what am I doing and where will I be and will my phone get nicked and can it be shielded from an attacker? There's also all the other terrifying elements of being hacked. It's their children making a mistake and being hacked, but let alone who are their children talking to online? Who am I talking to online? Generally that feeling of it being it goes a long way beyond physical and very much about feeling emotionally reassured. And there's certainly a feeling in this that came out, which was this is an opportunity, but also perhaps a responsibility for the tech brands out there to be making sure that we are safe online and our devices, etc., are entirely safe. An example here, this is a respondent of ours in Germany who was talking very much about finance in the home, but really it's what is it that's going on? What are the potential dangers that I don't even know about that are kind of out there in the world? The second one is belonging. Now, COVID atomized us, so we were very much in our own spaces, being on our own, and ultimately, after we came out of that period, and I think during it, I mean, it's why online quizzes were so well liked when we were doing them, people desperately wanted to feel like they were belonging again. And what that really means is the events that happened, but also what happens in your natural life, in your life stages. We saw lots of parents talking about as their children were growing up, there was a feeling that they'd gone from being who they were before, the moments when they were just parents, that's a terrible phrase, to having to kind of reclaim themselves and feeling a level of belonging kind of beyond that, like-minded communities looking for people who understood them. So it starts with engaging online, but certainly has potential for that to be meeting your own communities offline. Example here about it's about who you spend your time with, not losing friends, making sure that you are kind of connected. The last one here is understand my world. We have 2, understand the world, and 1 is understand my world. Here we're talking about kind of self-understanding. This goes beyond self-care. This isn't about facials and pedicures. This is about really understanding myself and meeting and knowing people that are like-minded in how I view or see the world. It's very personal. The world is perhaps the political variant, but this is the one that's about me. The example here, we had a triad in the UK where at least, I think, of the 3, 2 of them were neurodivergent, and she was talking a lot about during COVID about meeting her community and very much feeling that she could be part of a group. These are the sort of, as I say, kind of quick rundown of the need states, but obviously what does that mean for Vodafone? What does that mean? We've come back with this. What does that mean for Vodafone?
Thanks, Victoria. So those are a few of the need states. We want to show some examples now of the initiatives and services that Vodafone have which align with these states, and we've developed with these in mind. So first, the safety, in this instance, digital safety. So Vodafone's created a product called SecureNet, which is designed with human protection at its core, from identity theft to online scams, harmful content to the invisible threats lurking in the background. Families really are looking for safe connectivity. So SecureNet works quietly in the background, on your mobile, on your home broadband. It's like a digital guardian shielding your family from fraud and viruses and identity theft. And it works 24/7, monitoring your personal data. So if your information appears on the dark web, SecureNet doesn't just detect it, it alerts you, gives you the power to act before time is done, before any harm is done. And for parents, perhaps the most powerful feature is peace of mind. So it includes filters that help tailor what your children and young adults can access, but it's not about restriction, it's about responsible freedom, giving children the space to explore safely while ensuring parents feel confident and in control. It finds that balance. And we're starting to see the blur between online and offline, events using digital to support online activities, the sort of events which drive up that feeling of being together, and driving the second of the themes we've been talking about, belonging. So as summer 2025 has definitely now come to a close, it's a great moment to look back at how some of those connections shaped experiences. So from picnics in the park to the biggest festivals across Europe, Vodafone's kept people sharing, streaming, and staying close. So at events like Glastonbury, Wacken, Primavera Sound, our networks carried record-breaking amounts of data showing how central smartphone usage has become to the festival experience. So we're a close partner with Glastonbury in the UK, and we saw a 25% increase this year in data traffic at Worthy Farm at Glastonbury when we installed our temporary mast to boost capacity. But it's not just the temporary fixes. In Bontida, which is a rural Romanian town, which just happens to be the host of the Electric Castle event, we upgraded the infrastructure, so even when the party's over, local residents have permanent 5G coverage. And while we're in the business of strong networks, these things are our core business. A perhaps less obvious but very successful initiative was developing Glastonbury's official app. It was downloaded by 250,000 people and allowed attendees to build personalised lineups, which is great, but perhaps at an event with a population over one weekend in a field in Somerset, the size of the city of Oxford, was the ability to pin and share locations so you would know where your friends and family were. It's all part of our mission to make every moment more connected, more personal, and more memorable. And how about understanding my world? Well, we talked about how this is about understanding yourself, but also accessing information to help in this area is very likely via specialist forums or dedicated websites. But how can we be sure that we can trust the information we find, where to go about finding it? Well, discerning good, trustworthy information from bad is tricky for everyone. But what about those who are just learning about the internet? So our charity, the Vodafone Foundation, operates a program called Skills Upload to help people across Europe. So first, a few stats. 16 million learners across Europe in 2025, tailored digital programs in 13 countries. And this is for students, for educators, for young people who aren't in employment, and for the over 65s. So as the world's progress towards a digital society accelerates, we believe nobody should really be excluded or left behind on that journey. In fact, we're determined to ensure everyone is able to both survive and thrive in a technology-led world, from doing everyday things like booking a doctor's appointment, buying groceries, or catching up with friends and family, to choosing to pursue bigger life ambitions, such as starting a new business, working remotely, or petitioning government for change. Each of these programs is rooted in a deep understanding of the needs and circumstances of the local people and communities, and covering everything from how to use certain technologies and devices to abilities like critical thinking and how to guard against online risks such as identity theft and fake news. Over to you, Victoria.
Great. Thank you, Mike. So we're pretty much done. I just wanted to kind of leave us all with a bit of a question. So we've shown you why the research was needed, what we did, what we found, and how insights like this can help brands like Vodafone. I guess we kind of wanted to leave you with a reminder that, tech is always going to move forward. There's always going to be progress, and it's progressing at pace, but really what we see is that the most successful features and the new areas that tend to be the ones which kind of really address a key human underlying need. I don't know if anyone else remembers this, I don't know if I'm just so old, but I remember trying to do video meetings before COVID and the years before that, and they were big systems that sat in the corner of a room and nobody knew how to use them and nobody wanted to organize an event with them. It's not that people didn't want to have digital conversations, it's just that it was all such a big hassle. The moment we were in COVID, everybody had a Zoom account and everyone's granny could use it. I'm just saying that these things, these bits of tech obviously exist. It's only the moment when people really, work out how to make them work against a real need. In that moment, we needed Zoom, and therefore it suddenly had a place. I just think it's that technology can be really smart, but we've really got to be looking at how it is needed, not just innovation for maybe innovation's sake.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thanks, everybody. I don't know if this is going to go on.
Thank you. Thank you. Super, super. Super. Thank you very much for Victory and Mike. And our third presentation explores how something as ordinary as food can really develop emotional truths. It's a reminder that well-intentioned interviews might be sensitive to the hidden traumas they might touch. And please welcome, already here, great Rhonda, which will present More Than a Meal, a taste of unexpected trauma in the field. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Oops. Food isn't just fuel. It's memory, it's emotion, it's aspiration, it's aversion. Think of a meal that you love or a meal that you avoid, and ask yourself why that is. The chances are there's more to the answer than just a question of taste alone. So to set the scene, our client for this project was a not-for-profit called GAIN, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. They were established in 2002 at the United Nations. Their ambition was to address nutritional challenges, especially in the Global South. And at Quantum, we've been collaborating with GAIN for almost a decade. So we've worked hard to develop different frameworks for demand generation, and we've been developing and leveraging lots of social and cultural strategies. So early last year, GAIN came to us with a challenge. And they said, the everyday Kenyan, how can we try to encourage them to reduce their expenditure and their consumption of less nutritious foods and redirect it to more nutritious alternatives instead? And at the start, we were naive. We thought that the enemy was starch. Heavy starches like ugali, which is made with maize and water, it's super popular in Kenya, and starches like rice. And at the start, we thought that the fix was to educate on portion sizes or to find better starch alternatives. But what we uncovered in the field was unexpected. Through deep, immersive ethnography, we uncovered just how deeply our food choices are intertwined with our past experiences, with our personal identity, and with our social meaning. What we realized in the field was that the barrier to better food choices wasn't just a question of awareness or accessibility. It was culture, it was emotion, and unexpectedly, it was often a question of trauma. So when we, as researchers and as ethnographers, venture into challenging spaces like war zones, we go into those spaces expecting to see trauma, and we do that kind of work to be trauma-informed. Trauma-informed practice is often reserved for the most visible and the most violent wounds, like emergencies, like crises. I just want to have a quick show of hands here. When you think of the word trauma, how many of you think of the lunch that you had about an hour ago? Okay, luckily there's not a single hand in the room, which is good news for Esomar. And it's true, like most of us don't think of trauma that way. But what we realized in the field is that trauma lurks in the everyday. In our fieldwork, trauma revealed itself in the most mundane and ordinary spaces, like hiding in the back of a kitchen cupboard, or huddling around a family dinner table, or peeking out from under a street food stall. So today we're going to be rethinking the role of trauma-informed practice in everyday life and the power of embedding cultural intelligence into the heart of nutritional design interventions. So these are interventions that are really, really rooted in the complex social and psychological realities that shape our food choices. Because ultimately, until we're really able to understand what food means, we cannot hope to change what food does. All right, so I want you to meet Margaret. So picture the scene. It's late July, it's Nairobi, it's early morning. We're at home with her as she prepares breakfast for herself and her 2-year-old son. So Margaret is a high C1, she's upwardly mobile, she lives in a really nice gated apartment, she has a house help, she has a freezer, which is a luxury for a lot of Kenyans. Margaret is super glamorous, she's charismatic, she's wearing this bright red Christmas jumper that perfectly matches her manicured nails, which are flashing around the kitchen as she does a million things at once. And as the sweet potatoes boil, Margaret takes us on a tour of her kitchen. The tour turns to the freezer. And Margaret grimaces when she takes out these neatly stacked boxes of githeri. So githeri is a beans and maize combination that is super popular in Kenya. Margaret not only grimaces, she turns around and she says to us, oh my God, Wednesdays are sad Wednesdays for me. They're sad githeri days. You see, Margaret's husband loves githeri and Margaret hates it. And Margaret and her husband come from different tribes, different ethnicities. So Margaret's Kikuyu and her husband is Kamba. And unfortunately, as is the norm in Kenya, whenever you get married, the wife has no choice. She, adapts to her husband's food preferences. So Margaret leaves her own preferences on the shelf. So what Margaret does during Sad Wednesdays is she waits until everybody goes to bed. She then sneaks into the kitchen and she cooks instant noodles for herself. And usually this is the point where her 6-year-old wakes up and she goes, Mama, Mama, I smell noodles. And the game is up for Margaret. But the thing is, Margaret's hatred of githeri, her aversion to githeri, isn't just a question of taste. It's an issue of deeply rooted trauma. You see, despite her really nice home, despite her polished appearance, Margaret did not grow up wealthy. When she was young, her dad lost his job, and Margaret was shipped away to a state boarding school where she ate that same githeri day in, day out for years. And just to caveat, whenever I say boarding school, in Kenya, state boarding schools are not nice environments. Fast forward years and years later, her house help made githeri. But there was something about this particular taste and texture that just transported Margaret back. It reminded her of the kind of githeri that she ate day in, day out at school. So Margaret burst into tears and she says, take it away from me. In that moment, Margaret was not in her comfortable kitchen. She was back at school. She was 13 years old. She was eating just to feel full, not to feel satisfied. In that moment, Margaret's body reminded her of what her mind had tucked away. She wasn't just tasting food, she was reliving a sense of hunger, a helplessness, a past that she thought she had escaped from. In that moment, Margaret was retasting the food trauma from her childhood. All of us here can probably think of a meal that just transports you back to childhood, the moment you taste or smell or touch it. And that's the power, that's the power that food holds. But for Margaret, it wasn't nostalgia, it wasn't happy memories. It was something that was so much harder to swallow. And the problem is, many nutritional interventions rely so heavily on education campaigns or behavioral change narratives that presume our food choices are rational and detached from lived experience. But food is never fuel. Nutrition is never biological. It's deeply emotional, it's symbolic, it's social. It's intertwined with the memories of the past and the projection of the future. Food, for everyone, can become a method of escapism, a mouthpiece for aspiration, and a tool for emotional repair, sometimes all at once. And Margaret's story wasn't isolated. You know, from Nairobi to the coastal city of Mombasa, we saw these nuanced ripples of trauma across the everyday food choices that Kenyan moms make for their families. For example, we heard stories of resilience from women like Gladys. So Gladys's husband, he was a bus driver, he lost his job during the pandemic, and when that happened, her husband said, all right, we're going home, we're going to my family's village, we're going back up country. And Gladys turned around and said, hell no. Not just because it meant having to live with her mother-in-law, but because it meant having to confront the kinds of foods that she associated with the past, with tradition. So here, our trauma-informed lens recognized her resilience as a way of trying to reclaim control. Food became a vehicle for affirmation. It said, I am no longer deprived, I have made it in life, life has improved for me and my family. And while Margaret's trauma is centered around these really awful memories from childhood, for Gladys, she was using food as a way of trying to even the playing field, as a way of trying to offer a taste of a better life. And in this context, nutritional campaigns which are blindsided to the undercurrents could inadvertently do more harm than good. For example, in Margaret's case, trying to push food swaps or trying to explain the virtues of something while being completely oblivious to the trauma behind it. Or like in the case of Gladys, reframing certain aspirational foods as being bad could unintentionally dismiss the deep emotional value attached to them. Over in Mombasa, Francesca showed us yet another aspect of how trauma shapes food choices. So Francesca is a lower C2 mom, and she carefully buys and packs fried chicken and chips on an 8-hour bus ride to visit her teenage twins at school. And when the boys come home from school, she splurges on all of their favorites, like chapati, like fried fish. And she does this because at school, the boys eat the same monotonous meal, rice and beans, every day, twice a day. These boys get veggies just once a week, always overboiled cabbage. And it means these boys are just eating to curb their hunger. They're not eating to enjoy the taste of the food or to feel the taste of the food. Think of a time when you gave someone some food, not because it's healthy or nutritious, but because it's comforting, like a slice of cake or a bit of chocolate after a hard day. Like we all do this, right? And these moms are no different. Moms like Francesca feel like good parents when they treat their children. Through this lens, treating isn't seen as indulgence, it's seen as maternal care. Through this lens, fried food isn't seen as negligence, it's a sign of nurture. And it's also a way for moms like Francesca to offset this sense of guilt that outside of the home, their children aren't being nurtured. And when it comes to establishing nutritional interventions, if we ignore these dynamics, we risk misreading a mom's selection of high in calorie, low in nutrition food as being irresponsible, when in fact they are acts that are so deeply charged with intention. Everywhere we went, we saw things like this. So huge portions, over-reliance on dense stomach-filling carbs like blocks of ugali and towering mountains of rice. But these heat plates don't just mean excess. For many, many families who have memories of food insecurity, fullness isn't just a physical state, it's an emotional signal of security and care. For many families, fullness signifies stability, that a household is not lacking. It's also a way of restoring security and dignity, and it gives this sense of psychological reassurance. And in these moments, having a trauma-informed ethno approach revealed the lens of food in asserting control in a world that feels scary and uncertain. Nutritional messaging that, say, encouraged portion control or lighter meals or reduced starch isn't just oversimplification. It could unintentionally threaten that sense of safety. Nutritional interventions, if unaware of this need for emotional safety, could actually do more harm than good. The power of ethnography as a methodology wasn't just showing us what people ate or how food was prepared. It showcased how food is emotionally experienced. Ethnography also opened up these moments of deep connection. So many of the women shared these really strong personal stories that only came from intimate conversations, of eating with them, of sitting on the floor eating with them, not via formal questioning and, bad focus groups drinking bad coffee. And ethnography, by principle, by definition, is respondent-led. And when we step back as researchers, we're empowering the participants. We're giving them the space to surface and direct us to the things that matter to them. It also allowed us to go off script. Often the richest, deepest insights came when we followed these unexpected paths and when we explored around the edges. In field, we were able to observe what was said as well as what was unsaid. For example, body language, expressions, those non-verbal cues. And in fact, some of the unarticulated moments of silence spoke so much louder than the words themselves. So the question is, what happened next after all this field work? Well, we came together in a week-long workshop in Nairobi last year. Our client Gain was there, their creative partner Ogilvy was there. We had 10 local experts, including chefs, influencers, culinary entrepreneurs. And what we did was we leveraged all of these rich cultural findings to co-create new pathways for different culinary habits and dietary shifts. For example, interventions around shifting the relationship that teenagers have at school before trauma sets in. For example, ways where we could work with food vendors to redesign the treating landscape. And for example, ways where we can redesign meal times to be more positive and emotionally meaningful for everyone in the family. And the stories from the field, stories like Margaret's, didn't just bring empathy and understanding into the room. They shaped and were at the heart of these pathways. For example, one of the ideas included the creation of a TV show, Mama Joy, with a central character inspired by Margaret. And to go back to the start of the story, designing with cultural intelligence. What's the point? What did this approach actually do? Well, for us, it helped us to reframe everything, from the insight gathering to the solution design. Designing with cultural intelligence meant we weren't looking in the wrong place. We weren't trying to find switches to what people ate. Instead, we were looking to understand how food was emotionally shared, understood, and experienced. And for Gain, our client, Using this approach meant we were able to uncover the emotional and cultural codes behind everyday choices. We were able to shift this focus away from what do people eat to how is food felt, how is food remembered, how is food experienced. We were also able to reveal the invisible barriers to making changes, and we were able to reframe nutritional and intervention design as being culturally embedded, not top-down mandates. And this approach provides a replicable framework across so many different sectors, from public health to intervention design to product and service messaging, because we're shifting the focus away from just fixing or swapping or changing to one of deep understanding of what choices can speak to on a cultural level. Because doing good in food means more than just offering the right kind of ingredients, the right kind of information, the right kind of education. It requires meeting people where they are now. It requires retracing the roots of their choices in the past. And it requires looking to the future and understanding how food connects to that future. So let's not walk away today thinking food is just functional, because it's not. It's symbolic, it's storied, and often it can carry trauma. And if we miss that, all of our interventions and good intentions and our messages will miss the mark. Because trauma doesn't just live in the extreme. It doesn't just live in moments of crisis. It lurks in the everyday, in the mundane, in the ordinary. It's hidden in a bowl of githeri. It's peeking up over the surface of a bowl of fried chicken, and it's clambering up a block of ugali. So that is the end of the story for now. At Quantum, we work with lots of purpose-led organizations across the world, from nonprofits to commercial brands, and we really work to embed cultural intelligence into the heart of the business. So come and find me if you want to find out more about Margaret and the other amazing women that we met, and if you have any questions or thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rhonda, for the really nice presentation. I was also thinking about my trauma from the past. So we have in Czech krupicová kaše. You can then download it somewhere, and this is my trauma, small one. So now, finally, after those three presentation stories about the, coming behind the comfort zone, we will now turn to work data collection. And for decades, surveys have been conducted in much the same way, but over the time, we all see issues like low engagement, poor response quality, and even fraud, which become serious challenges. In this presentation, we will see how fresh thinking and new technologies, some of them powered by AI, others simply smarter design, can tackle those problems head on. So now I would like to welcome Kyle, Scott, and Yogesh, presenting leveraged emerging technologies for better results. And the clicker is there.
All right. Mic's working, everyone can hear me? Oh, jumped the gun there. All right, thank you everyone for coming today. Our session is called Reimagining Online Surveys, and what we're really looking to do is teach market researchers how they can leverage new technologies to change the typical and traditional ways that they run their market research studies. Quickly, this is our team of collaborators that worked on the event or on the project. It wasn't just one particular company. We had 3 different companies involved. So we had Phil from Inca Next Intelligence, myself and Scott from Quest Mindshare, alongside Leonardo Valente from Live Panel, who assisted us on this project. So the theme of Esomar has been reimagine. You've seen probably different stages that have been rethink, remix, and the portion that we really wanted to focus on was the rethink aspect of the Esomar theme. We wanted to rethink some of the legacy methods and practices we've done in data collection and look at what are different ways we can leverage new technologies to enhance the data that we're getting to ultimately deliver cleaner data faster. Whoops, playing a little bit here. Okay, so this is the traditional, typical kind of surveyor data collection process that most of you are probably familiar with and live with on the day-to-day. So I won't spend much time on that, but as you know, with the traditional kind of typical survey process comes some of the typical problems that we face. And a lot of times that's data quality, fraud, it's missed deadlines, it can be frustrated clients, frustrated PM teams. And a lot of times it's not even discussed, it's actually the negative user experience from a respondent's perspective. So what we're looking at discussing today is really, how can we take the traditional methods that we had and the typical problems we have and apply technology to come up with solutions. There you go.
What we did is we went to a real client to create a real survey. This was nothing we came up with for a nice conference presentation. Phil is a client, AB World Foods. They're out of the UK. They do condiments, meal kits. You might know them best for owning the brand Tabasco sauce. And we went to Matt Watkins and said, Matt, you have a real concern here. And we built a traditional survey for shopping and preparing meals at home for this particular demographic. Because AB World Foods said we don't understand them well enough, we've got some real questions about trends and patterns and what they're doing. So we took the real client who's got the data from the survey process that you'll see here today. And that's already been delivered, I hope, to Matt? Mm-hmm. Did he like it?
Yeah, very happy.
Oh, good. And so one of the things that we really tried to do is, as you saw in the typical survey process, it starts out with the usual screening and invitations. Then everybody moves into the survey experience itself. Then from there, you're collecting your data, you're performing the QC on the data, you find the fraud and the garbage that you're throwing out. You're smiling. Yes, we've all seen it. Then you refield. Well, what we said is, what happens if you apply technology that's readily available? These are companies right out here in the hall. This is stuff that you can use, that's been tested, that's been proven. And what if we apply it to the three main parts of the survey? The beginning, when we're trying to find the right respondents and keep out the wrong ones. The middle, where we're trying to engage the people that we do want in the survey and get the depth and quality of the information that we want from them. And then at the end, what do we do when we always run short or have to throw out surveys related to fraud? And so what we did here is, at first we used a company called Detect. Quest uses Detect as a quality platform for fraud prevention and detection. Next, we used Phil's company, Inca, and I've worked with them on several conferences and test projects, which is a conversational AI type of data gathering that you'll see Phil present. And lastly, Kyle and I have spoken quite a bit and done a lot of development on synthetic data modeling. Can you work with an existing data set and model answers for the gap you may have, for the completes that you throw out? So really what the first part of this was, and we don't have time to talk too much about the technology and the application and such, but what we really did this is how Detect really performs a lot of its functions. This is a layer on top of your typical static questions, the kind of things that you ask people to self-qualify for surveys. And what we're really trying to do here is to say, how much better is applying a platform like Detect on top of a traditional methodology where you're not using something like this? The key point is on the right-hand side. We kept out, by using Detect, a lot of people that otherwise would have passed into the survey, that our static screening questions would not have caught. And so the key here is that we could go into a long discussion that we don't have time for, about really being able to take a look at a technology and say, simply by applying this to our traditional survey, we had much better performance for not allowing unqualified people into our survey. And now Phil will talk about the next stage, moving on to data collection.
Yes, so for the main stage of the data collection, we parallel run a traditional form-based survey, the type of survey you'll all be very used to, with a conversational survey. And the reason we did this is we feel a really important dimension of data quality, and one that often isn't given enough consideration, is the participant experience. And we feel if we reimagine the participant experience, we can do better than the type of online form-based survey that's been the norm for the last 25 years. We approach it by applying qualitative principles so that we can enable people to think more creatively. We can explore their feelings and attitudes with them in more depth, but we can still measure all of the question types we'd have in any survey. I'm just going to show you a quick snapshot of what that looks like, just with a few questions we had from this particular study. So you can see it has this chat-based format. We can ask the typical choice-based questions you'd have in any survey. You can have attribute batteries such as this one on a scale. But then we enable people to think more creatively through tools like this, a qualitative projective. We ask people in this case about how they feel about cooking. They choose the character that reflects how they feel, and then they follow up to tell us why. After they've told us why, which is the blue bubble there, we then follow up with an AI probe, which enables us to get to greater depth of insight than we would just from the first response alone. Now, a side benefit of using AI to probe the answers people give us to the open-ended questions is we can also use the AI to check the quality of the responses they give us. Scott's already mentioned, we screened out 161 people with Detect even before they came into the survey. But once they're in the survey, Inca's AI is checking for people who give us gibberish answers, uninformative answers, or answers that just aren't relevant to the topic. And using that, we screened out another 35 people live in the survey, meaning that the end people we got, we knew we only had good quality, insightful data for our analysis. Now, in terms of the engagement with this, we actually programmed a pretty good traditional survey. We think we're quite good at writing surveys, and 70% of people said that survey was better than other surveys they've done. But the reasons why was because we made it easy to navigate. We made it easy and clear to answer those questions. But with the Inca conversational survey, we had even more. 87% said it was much better than other surveys they'd done, and 54% versus 34% said it was much better. And the reasons were very different. You can see that people talked about the interactive format, that they were engaged with the chat-based format, and the personalized feel they got from that chat, and also from the relevance of the probing questions they were asked, and they were personalized for them. In terms of the quality of the data, we get twice as many words in terms of the verbatim data that we collect. That's one area in which we see the data quality improve. But it's not just about the amount, it's also about how useful to us it is. We applied the same code frame to the traditional survey and the conversational survey. In red was the traditional survey, and you saw that 49% of the answers given were uncategorized. People gave us pretty short answers. 27%, you see, simply said eating healthy to this question of what does it mean to you to eat well. Whereas with the conversational survey, we got much more nuanced and detailed insights. People talked about balanced diet, for example, or vegetable consumption, or adequate protein intake. So much more rich and insightful data for the client. So you can see by giving people a better experience, it also has a positive trade-off for us as researchers in terms of better quality data.
So now we're going to talk data QC. I don't know why that keeps jumping ahead, which is the most fun process you probably all go through and the one that we love. But it's a very important stage of the data collection process, and one that typically results in refielding. So we clean out data, we end up having to go back into field, we have to clean said data again, it's rinse and repeat, it's costly, it's timely. It's a whole process that we potentially can avoid if we leverage new technologies. So that's where we come down to the point of looking at refielding versus remodeling. So that's where we wanted to rethink it. And some of the traditional issues that we run into when we run QC is a lot of the times, we may have quotas that are unfilled after we've cleaned the data. And in some instances, you might have clients who will say, okay, we're going to loosen up the specs on this particular quota because we need to fill it. They may come to a point in understanding where they're just going to say, you know what, we're going to fall short in this audience, we have to accept it. The other piece is determining fraud. And depending on the platform or the provider you're working with or the type of study you're running, you can have 30% of your data be fraud, you can have 50%. There's a high threshold there with what we see in terms of data quality and fraud that comes in. And the traditional methodology, again, is to go back into field, collect more data, clean it, go back, rinse and repeat. And what we want to look at is how can we potentially rethink this whole traditional process of refielding that we normally do. And that's when we wanted to lean on synthetic data to see, is there an application here where we can lean on synthetic data to fill in the gaps that we normally are falling short for after QC. But if you haven't seen any of the previous presentations or webinars that Scott and I have done on synthetic data, there's a couple points of emphasis I think you should touch on when talking about synthetic data. And this particularly is regarding modeling or augmentation. So what modeling and augmentation does is it's taking an existing data set and it's enhancing that, it's boosting it. It's not creating data out of thin air. It has to have an existing data set in place for you to be able to boost it and create more sample. The other piece is it's a mathematical process, right? So a lot of it's going to be based on the quality data you have. So the old adage of garbage in, garbage out is very much applicable here. If you've got a bad data set to begin with, synthetic boosting or augmentation isn't going to do much for you. But if you've got a strong, rich data set to work with, that's where you may be able to leverage synthetic data in a way that you normally wouldn't have before. And as you'll see later on in a couple slides, that comes with a huge gain in terms of efficiency and time. And the last piece, with regards to synthetic modeling is, it's an imputational, trusted data science technique that's been done. We've referred to it as waiting on steroids many times before. But it's a tool that we can start to leverage. It's another tool in our toolbox that we can use, just like some of the tools that Phil and Scott have discussed. It's a new way of rethinking how we do QC, refielding, and everything else.
This is about a 45-minute lecture in and of itself that we have about a minute for, maybe. Synthetic data, we don't want to belabor the point, but if you're looking at an option here, a FairGen is out as one of the exhibitors here, and we work with a company called LivePanel, and those are the two big companies in the industry really providing commercial services. But the big point here is that by using synthetic data modeling, by looking at relationships in and across the data we had to fill holes rather than refielding, what did we get? So the bottom line is we had an estimate on our traditional method that we would need about 4 days for quotas that we had unfilled. We were dealing with younger men and cooking. We knew going in we were going to fall short. So we could keep beating our head against that wall and trying to get more and trying to figure out what would do, as we've all seen so often with certain quotas and certain surveys. But by modeling, we were done in 3 hours versus 4 days. And we would consider actually the data set more reliable than what refielding would have gained us. Really, and this is our last slide. I have 17 seconds. What we really wanted to present to you today is that we field so many surveys. I could probably add up all the surveys in this room and it would be thousands that we do within a couple of months collectively here. And we keep doing the same thing the same way. We wanted to run an experiment. We wanted to see on the front end for the data quality and the fraud detection in the middle for the engagement and the conversational platform of fills, and on the back end for synthetic data modeling versus refielding, what efficiencies, what gains, what real benefits could we achieve? You saw the numbers, you saw the improvement. We think that we had a better project for the parallel with the innovation and the technology applied to it that was delivered faster at a very small incremental cost for a typical survey that any of us might run. So we hope that today you've seen a couple of takeaways that have at least raised some questions. And if you'd like to ask any of us about any piece of this, we're hoping to do a webinar later to be able to explain more. But we'll be around, and there's a Quest booth and an Inca booth, and we can talk to you further if you'd like to know more about it. But thank you for your time and attention. I hope this has been helpful and informative for all of us.
I think we should go down the front, unless you're going to jump.
So now we have spent the afternoon going past the comfort zone, exploring the stories that were challenging, emotional, and deeply human. And now it's a time to return to our comfort zone with a drink, some refreshment, and some great conversation, and maybe afterwards also a bit of barbecue. So, and I don't know. So I would like also to invite you for networking drinks at Manifesto today at 7:30. And if you are 31 or younger, then you can head to the Yes Barbecue at 5:30 p.m. Just reminder, don't forget your badge and check the QR code for direction. So that's all for the blog. So now go, recharge, connect, and enjoy the break. Thank you.
Welcome to Prague, the heart of Europe, and this year's host for Esomar Congress Reimagine. Known for the cities of 100 spires, Prague is known for its beauty, its history, and its unforgettable moments. While you're here, don't miss these highlights. Walk across the Child's Bridge, a 14th century masterpiece lined with statues of saints. It's one of the most famous landmarks in Europe and offers stunning views of the Vltava River. Step into the Old Town Square to see the astronomical clock strike the hour. Here, you'll find a fascinating mix of Gothic, Renaissance, Baroque, and Neo-Gothic styles. It's the combination of these architectural influences that makes the square so unique and full of character, with lively cafes and street performers adding to the atmosphere. Explore Prague Castle, the largest ancient castle complex in the world. Inside, you'll find palaces, courtyards, and the breathtaking St. Vitus Cathedral, with its Gothic towers and stained glass. Discover the Jewish Quarter, with its historic synagogues and the Old Jewish Cemetery, a moving and important part of Prague's history. Take a stroll up Petrin Hill, a peaceful escape with gardens, an observation tower, and some of the best panoramic views over the city. Prague is not just frozen in time. Alongside its medieval and Baroque treasures, the city also celebrates modern creativity. See the famous dancing house, also known as Fred and Ginger, or explore striking contemporary landmarks such as the Golden Masarishka by Zaha Hadid and the iconic Žižkov TV tower. The city's blend of history and modern design makes it truly one of a kind. We can't wait to share this unforgettable city with you. See you at Congress and enjoy Prague.
We are going to Esomar here, and it's about self-regulation code. How response of Esomar stuff? If you have of us in way sometimes, and as has told me that, and we self-regulate market glad to today with this fireside talk, two friends talking about this topic. Vinay Ahuja leads the Insights and Analytics practice at Procter & Gamble Europe. And for more than 30 years, he has dedicated himself to understanding consumers, working across countries and cultures to sharpen his expertise. A true champion of our industry, he has also been an active partner with Esomar for nearly 25 years. He is the recent co-author of the new ICC Esomar Code and has a member of the Esomar's Professional Standards Committee. He has been instrumental to provide us his support on many guidelines, as well as the different people here from the Professional Standards Committee, one of our in committees in the Esomar that we craft and guidelines and so on. So, with no further ado, we will start our presentation, our talk. And first of all, I would like to talk about self-regulation. Self-regulation as a concept that is very, very clear, and it's a true benefit for us. I want to remind that self-regulation has many, many, many benefits. Also, in history, and you know I like history, in history it has been proved that all those sectors that have only been following grid or benefit with no self-regulation have ended badly. If we look at different breaks in the economy in the 20th century and 21st century, it's when a lack of self-regulation, or in the pharmaceutical business, or in social media, or in the oil business, lack of self-regulation has created big crashes for the whole society, and then legislators must come to regulate, and very harshly regulate, because they want to avoid this harm created by lack of self-regulation. Self-regulation has many benefits. Has the benefit of being flexible and responsive to the proper needs of the industry and the sector, because it's a specialist creating this regulation. More practical, more cost efficient, because there is not this cost or when there is this discrepancies and you don't need to embark on legal and lawyers and so on. Reputation, credibility and trust. Industries like ours, when we behave properly, when we have our own self-regulation, we gain credibility in front of the legislator, regulator, and our potential clients. It's easier to resolve disputes and prevent over-regulation when harm is done. So these are some of the benefits of being a self-regulated industry. And Esomar has been partnering with one of the champions of self-regulation, which is the International Chamber of Commerce since 1976. And this is crucial for us as a profession because it elevates our reach. International Chamber of Commerce is conformed by more than 40 million companies, and they have all this self-regulation on different verticals, such as advertising, communication, advertising, publicity, which is also, well, our big sibling, if we can say it like that. And we are partnering with them, and actually, this revision of the International Chamber of Commerce Esomar Code is currently put as an example among the International Chamber of Commerce different verticals, as an example of collaboration with an industry, as an example of how they can work together to work with specialists and have this code of ethics for the profession. So our industry, insights, marketing, market research, we are now an example for those institutions. And I would like to give space to the International Chamber of Commerce, to Andrew Wilson, Deputy Secretary General and Director of the Global Policy Department, to talk about the importance of this partnership we have with them and highlight their view on self-regulation. So, Andrew, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to join you today for the launch of the revised 5th ICC Esomar International Code on Market Opinion and Social Research and Data Analytics. This, to be sure, is a significant milestone for our organizations, the global research community, and ultimately for everyone who believes in the power of ethical standards to build trust and drive progress. As Deputy Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, I have the privilege of representing an institution that, for over a century, has worked to create a fair, open, and responsible global business environment. ICC's mission is simple in many ways, but also ambitious: to secure peace and prosperity through business by supporting companies of all sizes, setting international standards, and promoting ethical conduct worldwide. Our partnership with Esomar is a shining example of this mission in action. As many of you will know, since 1976, ICC and Esomar have joined forces to provide a single, internationally recognized framework for market, opinion, and social research. This collaboration is undoubtedly built on shared values: integrity, transparency, and a deep commitment to the highest ethical standards. Over the years, our joint ICC Esomar Code has become the global reference point for responsible research and data analytics. It's now endorsed by more than 60 research associations around the world, and it has, to be sure, helped shape the way in which our industry operates, always with the public interest at heart. From our perspective, the ICC Esomar Code is much more than a set of rules. It's a living benchmark for self-regulation, one that has guided researchers, analysts, and organizations for nearly 5 decades. In today's world, where data is more abundant and powerful than ever, and why technology is evolving at an unprecedented pace, the need for trust, responsibility, and ethical conduct has never been greater. This new edition stands alongside our own ICC Advertising and Marketing Communications Code, first published in 1937 and now in its 11th edition. Over the decades, our codes have set the gold standard for responsible business, adapting to new challenges, whether that's the rise of digital marketing, the use of artificial intelligence, or the growing importance of sustainability and inclusion. Our approach is always the same: to provide clear, practical guidance that helps businesses of all sizes act responsibly and build trust with the public. The ICC codes are used by self-regulatory organizations, large brands, small businesses, and even governments as a foundation for ethical practice. Self-regulation is at the heart of what we do as an organization, and it's a collaborative effort, one where industry, experts, and stakeholders voluntarily agree to uphold shared standards. This approach not only complements legal requirements, but also goes further, fostering a culture of decency, fairness, and above all, accountability. It is this spirit of collective responsibility that has made the ICC Esomar Code the reference point for so many organizations and so many people worldwide. By working together, we can ensure that research and data analytics continue to serve society, support innovation, and protect the rights and interests of individuals everywhere. With this latest revision, we are reaffirming our commitment to supporting the research and insights community as it navigates new frontiers. We are proud to offer a joint code that is robust, relevant, and forward-looking, one that will help ensure our industry remains trusted and prepared for the future. As we launch this revised ICC SMR code, I want to thank everyone in the Esomar Congress community for your commitment to ethical standards and collaboration across our industry. I hope the revised code will be a genuinely valuable resource in your work, and I wish you all the very best on behalf of ICC for a successful and inspiring Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Before Vinay explains what is the revision of the code, I would like to thank, sorry if a slide can be moved. Yeah, the slide. I would like to thank the team that has made this code possible. Some of their members are here in this room, so thank you so much for being co-authors of this revision, together with the community, because there has been a number of consultations and we have been grasping the interest and what was needed to review. So, Vinay, could you please revision bin?
Well, Joachim, first of all, thank you for that very generous introduction you gave for me, but it's a real privilege for me to share this stage with you because I represent here this entire team and all the contributors who have helped shape this code, and I hope I can, on our collective behalf, give you just a quick 10-minute introduction to what is this code revision all about. But I'll start by saying this. Our industry rests on one thing, above all, that is trust. Trust that the public places in us who share the data with us, trust that clients like myself have in the insights that we get from the research industry, and trust that society places in us that what we deliver is the truth. And because without the trust, there is no research. Without the trust, there is no insights industry. And this code has always been our compass. It's been giving us a shared license to operate, a license to operate across countries, across borders. It's the only global currency that we have that's universally transversal. And in a world that is increasingly getting multipolar and the world that is changing so fast, I think it's important to reflect on why this code needed revision. So, like, what was the world back then? Last time this code was updated was in 2016, so almost a decade ago. So I want to maybe briefly give you highlights of what has changed since then that merited the change in the first place. So if you think about the big global shift, I would say 3 seismic shifts have happened since then. Okay, first is, I don't need to spell that out, but this thing starts with AI. If you haven't heard it enough, I mean, it's everywhere, right? AI, ML, generative AI, synthetic data, synthetic personas, we can recite them in our sleep, right? What was once experimental is now mainstream. Automation is reshaping how we sample, how data is analyzed, how we report, right? So enough about that, no more, right? But second, there's a very fragmented ecosystem now, what we call disintermediation in the industry. Clients are now researchers, platforms are collecting their own data. Responsibility has become scattered. But accountability still needs to be there with everyone, right? So take a look at what the industry was something like, about 10 years ago. Clients were handing over in a more or less linear fashion to a one-stop research shop. And then you entrusted the research agency to do all these activities for you, and you got back the report. What has happened in the last 10 years? This is no longer what's representing our industry. Today, clients are researchers, thanks to all the DIY or self-serve tools. And then, sampling is happening by third-party sources, multiple data sources. Privacy has become very important, is the starting point of consideration. That was not the case a decade ago. Analytics is, now a big, strong part of our work. I could go on and on, but everything that could be, I would say, outsourced, outfarmed has now been given out. Everything in the value chain is disintermediated. So that's why the code had to change. We had to change it so we could protect our industry, to respond to these changes, and to lead from the front, right? So what are the other changes? We talked about these two. But third, I would say trust is really under pressure. In a world where there's so much misinformation, I think it's very important for us to work hard to restore it and build the foundations for the next 10 years in the industry, because people are asking, what can I believe? Nobody trusts the numbers that are put in front of you, right? So I think it's fundamentally important that we take a look and say, how does this industry respond to an otherwise skeptical world around us, right? And that's why I think it's so important that the code had to evolve, and this whole team worked on it, which has lasted over a year. And I'm very glad we've got to a point where the ICC has approved it. So let me tell you what's really, the big changes in the code, right? There are a lot of changes, but I would say the biggest changes, there are three, right? First is the AI is now formally in the code. So it's not science fiction, it's not coming soon. This is now addressed head-on in the code, and how to deal with AI. It's actually spelled out very clearly, right? Second, I would say duty of care 2.0. And the code now makes it very crystal clear that every participant has a right to say no, right? This is even when we are dealing with secondary data. So this is about respect. No means no, right? You've heard that before. Now that's part of our code as well, right? Third, shared responsibility. That's a game changer in the context of all that disintermediation. So no longer can we as a client say, oh, I didn't know what the supplier was doing. And suppliers can't shrug it off and saying, a client told me to do something, or the subcontractor that I offered the job to did something wrong. No, the accountability has to be central, and it has to be shared. It cannot be outsourced. I would say those are the three big shifts, Joachim, and the rest are all important, but that brings us to the heart of then, so what are the articles in the code that have really changed? And I want to just highlight three of them, right? First is fit for purpose. What does that mean? Quality, relevance, honesty. If you're doing research, this must reflect the participants who it is designed to serve, right? And we must be upfront about the blind spots. We can't go around doing stuff that doesn't represent what we are trying to do. It happens, unfortunately, far too often. Second one, publishing in the age of AI, right? Disclosure is not optional. If AI or synthetic is used, it must be declared. We can't have a survey result published without knowing where half the respondents were synthetic. That's not on anymore, right? And human oversight, the extent of that has to be quite transparent as well, right? Third one, I would say privacy and protection upgraded, right? This is against defending in a world where there is AI-triggered re-identification, cyber attacks, large data breaches. So we have put in place enhanced protection for all participants and notifications to authorities if that happens. So 3 articles, 3 messages. Research must be real, disclosure must be honest, and protection must be relentless. That's it. Those are the key highlights of the code. Thank you, Joachim.
Excellent, Vinay. Excellent and very well summarized. And I was asking this question, that this topic sometimes is perceived as the boring one, and when it's exactly the core of we must do, because it's the way we protect and safeguard our profession. And I would like to get your opinion on why self-regulation is so relevant for all players in this industry. And so what could you say in order to break this idea, break down and make it remove from our mindset that this is boring stuff, and we all should be engaged with these sort of discussions?
That's a great question, Joachim. I truly believe that the code and self-regulation really safeguards our trust, right? This is what is going to secure the foundation of our industry. Because without that trust, there is no research industry. So I'd like to say 3 call for actions for everyone in the room. Everyone who's in the industry. 3 things everyone must do. First, I would say commit to transparency, right? Always disclose AI. Always disclose AI. It's not in the order, but it's here, the second one, right? Disclose AI, I say that first because this is the buzzword, right? Always be honest about the limits. Transparency is the foundation of trust. That's number one. Second, I would say, take that shared responsibility. Take that shared responsibility, because whether you're a client, you're a researcher, or a platform, or you've been subcontracted part of that work, everyone is accountable, right? That's important because responsibility cannot be outsourced. And finally, I would say protection of people relentlessly. Protect people relentlessly, because willingness to participate by the public is our lifeblood. We cannot lose that. We have to protect the vulnerable children, but also respecting the privacy. Honor the right to say no. I think if we do all these three things in the industry, just these three things, I think the code will come to life, will not just stay on paper, and we can be assured of a healthy industry which will continue to prosper for all of us in the decade ahead. Thank you.
Vinay. I would like just before closing to say two things. One is that the code, without its enforcement through self-regulatory disciplinary processes, is not 100%. So this is why Esomar, we have reviewed the code, and now we are reviewing the disciplinary processes attached to the code that are going to be approved or presented to resolution to be approved by members in the next general meeting we are going to have on the 9th of October. So the code must be attached with the disciplinary rules by which people can really enforce the code. This is one thing. And I would like to close this slot we were in Brussels in February. Some of the members of the Professional Standards Committee and Legal Affairs Committee of Esomar, we visited Brussels. We had an event in Brussels to link and bridge the social and opinion researchers with the legislators and everything attached to legislators and lobbyists and so on. It was a success. It's an event that we invented, and we call it Inside Citizen Summit, and we're going to repeat next year. And there, of course, we got in touch with the Commission of European Union. We got in touch with all this institutional body. And I took this quote from the former European Union Commissioner for Justice called Didier Reinders. And in the meeting, I remember I was impressed by his quote saying, "Legislation alone cannot solve all our problems. Let me reaffirm that I see both regulatory and self-regulatory instruments as complementary to each other." It means that our public officers, politicians, also see self-regulation is the tool that helps all as a society to really function ideally. So let's talk about self-regulation. Let's talk about the code. It's not a boring matter. It's essentially the core of what we do, because if we fail on that aspect, we will fail in all the rest. So let's take it seriously, and I invite you to read the code and to read the legal procedures, the disciplinary procedures that are attached to the code, and be the apostles of this conversation in our companies and with our colleagues.
Free copy of the code here.
Free copy of the code. Download.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vinay.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
And before leaving, Vinay leave the stage, I really thank you, because I asked you to co-present this aspect of the code with me. Vinay is chairing a panel debate on the room 3 at 5 to 5 on panel quality with different companies of this industry talking about panel quality. So we still will be on the stage on panel on the room 3. Thank you so much, Vinay.
Soon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you, of course. Pleasure. We'll catch up later. Okay. I have another set.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Are you listening? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Maybe some of you remember that episode of The Simpsons, the one with the focus group, where a group of kids are playing with toys on one side of a two-way mirror, and on the other side you have the researchers in shadows secretly watching them. I think for decades that was the image of our industry. We were the mysterious, slightly creepy people behind the glass. Yeah. But look around you now. We are no longer hiding in the shadows. We are in the room, we are co-creating, we are playing the game, and we are driving culture forward. So the question, since when did research get so cool, isn't just a catchy phrase. It's a reality we are all living. And for the next hour, we have 3 brilliant examples that prove just how cool and, more importantly, how critical our field has become. First up, we are diving into the chaotic and brilliant world of the creator economy. We all see brands trying to keep up with culture, trying to speak the language of TikTok, Instagram, and whatever platform comes next. But what's the secret sauce? What separates a viral hit from a cringe-worthy fail? In this presentation, you will find a blueprint to understand how creativity truly translates across digital spaces to build real engagement and loyalty. If you want to know what actually works in the wild, you cannot miss it. Next, we are going to tackle the algorithm in the room, generative AI. The headlines are screaming about AI is taking over, about creativity becoming a thing of the past. But what does the data say? Our second presentation is a fascinating meta-analysis that cuts through the noise. They've discovered when audiences are surprisingly open to AI content and when they are not. This isn't about fear, it's about facts, and learning how we, as researchers, must evolve to measure this new reality. Get ready to have your assumptions challenged. And finally, how do you get kids to talk about something as boring as banking? Do you lecture them? Do you show them charts? No, you make it playful. Our final presentation is a masterful case that shows us exactly how. This presentation is a brilliant example of how empathy and creativity can unlock powerful insights from the most challenging audiences. It's proof that sometimes the most profound data comes from having the most of fun. So let's return to the big question. Since when did research get so cool? Today, I think we found the answer. I got cool when we stopped hiding behind the glass. It got cool when we traded our clipboards for creative toolkits. And it got cool when we understood that our job isn't just to find answers, but to design more playful, more empathetic, and more innovative ways of understanding people. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey today. Get ready to be inspired. Let's find out together how cool research has become and how we can reimagine our work. And don't forget, you can continue the conversation with our speakers during the Congress or after this. It's up to you. Please join me to give a huge welcome to Deborah Rogers and Gasmet Alouchi.
Okay. Hi, everybody. You see, I'm only one person. I'm Devora, and Chief Strategy Officer at Alter Agents. Unfortunately, my colleague and wonderful client and friend Gaz could not be here today due to some complications at home. But if you like this, I hope you will send him and I a note on LinkedIn. I know it would really lift his spirits to hear from you. And I'm so honored to get to come after that last presentation, which was so much about trust, and so honored that I get to kick off this portion that's supposed to be cool. I think research is incredibly cool, but maybe I'm a little dork there. But I think you'll agree that what we're going to share today is really creative and really cool and exciting stuff. So let's talk about creative convergence, and specifically about creators. I have a question for all of you guys here. How many of you, whether on a social platform, an information platform like Substack, how many of you follow at least one creator? Okay. How many of you follow that creator across multiple platforms? Okay, cool. I'm going to come back to that one. So we are now in a new world that is an absolute game changer for how brands must communicate with consumers. And the key connective tissue in this are creators. They are going to be a nearly $500 billion industry by 2028. And you have the large majority of consumers following these folks, creators, these makers. And they are trusting creators more than they trust brands, more than they trust celebrities. So this is a sea change. And our client, Gaz, at Whaler, brought to us a question. And the question was, well, it was really a hypothesis. We think that creators are the new creative directors. Can you help me investigate this? And so we did. And what we found is that this isn't a moment, but this is a movement. And I'm going to show you how we did it. And we did it in one of my favorite ways through multimodal research, which I'm addicted to. I'm like, why would you just do one form of research when you could do three? And so that's what we did. And our objectives, really, we kind of co-created this with Whaler. We said, okay, well, how is it that communities are navigating platforms to find and engage with their favorite creators? How are creators tailoring their content strategies to meet and to expand their audiences and to meet their expectations, and also to reduce churn, which is a real challenge for creators to deal with in the age of the algorithm? How can brands reconcile their channel planning? How do they, it's already hard enough to be a brand having to figure out, okay, I have to put money here and here and here and here and here, and now I have a bajillion creators that I also have to consider. It's really challenging. And then how does creativity translate across these platforms? And this is, I think, one of the most exciting parts of this methodology that we used. So let me tell you what we did. We did a three-part sort of trimodal series of methods. We started with mobile ethnographies. These were longitudinal in nature over 3 days. We used the platform Dscout. There are many that you can use, but we happen to really like Dscout. That was really important for us to start with, because we thought we have to get in there and have sort of open-ended conversations with consumers about the role creators are playing in their lives and all the different ways in which they are connecting, what feels good, what doesn't feel good. We then went and did quantitative work. The most exciting part of the quant study, obviously quantifying the qual was cool, but really was a max diff. And what we did with the max diff was we forced people to make trade-offs so that we could really understand which platforms are being used for which purposes. And then we did creator interviews. I did many of these myself, and they were fascinating. And man alive, our creators, some of the most fascinating people you can meet. Sometimes they started, in marketing. Sometimes they have, been knitters, and then they just decided to make that their whole job. Very fascinating people, and it was so great to get to spend time with them. Okay, and so I mentioned trust was so important, and this is, I think, one of the key things that keeps creators. Okay, I want this to go forward. Hello, okay. Creators are truly a force of nature. And forces of nature, as we learned where I come from in Los Angeles when we had the fires last January, forces of nature must be reckoned with. And a key thing that generates that force is the trust that creators engender. People follow creators because they trust them. And by the way, and this has been proven out by our research, by work with Edelman and many, Pew, trust is at an all-time low, certainly in the United States where we're based, but all over the world, trust is at its lowest level ever. And so if you are a brand, the question has to become, how do I generate trust? And what we found is that creators were a really important part of that. And they were in part generating that trust, and I'll show you a few different ways in which they're doing that. but they are creating connection. And that connection is what really is the source of that trust. And so as a result, people start to feel a sense of loyalty to these creators. They are using them to inform their purchase experiences or their decisions, and they are trusting these creators more than celebrities, which, by the way, is really interesting because I've been studying sort of shopper behavior for the last decade, and we kept an eye early on as celebrities started to be on Facebook and then started to be on Instagram, and we never saw this level of connection and trust with celebrities. So this is truly something different. And many brands may think that it's about follower count. And I do remember back in the day when creators were just kind of coming online on Facebook and YouTube, and I remember working with a large QSR brand, and they were like, find us the creator with the millions of followers, we're gonna do that. Except today, that's no longer necessarily the currency that users are looking for that would generate that trust. Follower count is just only one piece of the pie. Obviously, if you're a brand, follower counts matters because it allows you to have scale, but it's really not the biggest thing. The biggest thing is I want someone who is like me, who I can relate to. Which, being at a conference like this, right? I think that's one of the hardest parts about being at a conference like this. You're like, who are my people? Where do I find you? Who else is interested in chatting in French later? Okay, let's talk later, right? And so that is what people are using to really drive that trust. And I want to comment too on the content looks high quality. That does not mean that it was filmed on the most expensive camera. It means that the content is high quality. So if they're writing on Substack, they're writing good stuff, right? And we've seen a lot of journalists moved over to Substack, and they're just generating amazing content, right? Or they're a creator on TikTok, and they're saying things that make you nod along. It's quality, not necessarily because it's shot with a large camera crew, although many of these creators now have full-on camera crews and staffs that would, amaze agencies that used to hold that power. So creators now have become the gateway for brands. And they are, we in all of this work, we got to both have videos, get verbatims, get open ends, and then also have the quantitative data. And what we see is that the community is being introduced to brands via the creator. I don't know if anyone here, like me, got addicted to TikTok and then decided, you saw a creator talking about a new, way to do your hair, and then you were like, okay, I'm gonna buy that right now. Or the walking pad that I bought sight unseen because a creator on TikTok told me to do so, and anyway, never used it again. But creators are the ones that are kind of generating these trusted recommendations. And they create this bridge. They create a bridge both because they are connecting on a relationship basis, so people are having that loyalty and they are trusting them, but then they're also creating and generating that brand impact. And this was something that was really important to our partners at Whaler. Can we demonstrate in what way are creators actually generating brand impact, right? Because that's what brands want to know. What's the ROI? What am I going to get out of it? What does that look like? How much effort will it be, and will it be worth it? And so we really saw, and by the way, this bottom one here, the creators I follow have made a strong impact on my life. Okay, so that's 64%. I just want to call out, there are people in this room who probably have uncles and dads who don't meet that threshold. Do you know? So this is really something special. These folks matter to them. And in a moment of so much uncertainty, certainly where I come from in the United States, where the political situation is insanity, I go on to TikTok or Substack because I need to hear from someone who can reassure me. And that makes the difference as whether I can get through my week or not, right? Okay, but meeting the creators where they are is not enough. And I think that's been for, I would say, the past 5 to 10 years. Brands were like, first I'm going to get a Facebook. Okay, now I have to add Instagram and Twitter. Okay, now I have to get off Twitter. Okay, now I have to, right? And so you would just go wherever the moment took you. But unfortunately, that's really no longer enough. And the reason is because each of these platforms is so different. What individuals want from one platform and one creator on what platform is different than another. You know, and anyone who's spent time on TikTok versus YouTube, you kind of know that. You want different things. Okay, I'm about to show you one of my favorite stats from this work. It turns out 85% of folks follow creators across platforms. And this just was such a surprise to us. It was like, well, don't you get enough of them already on Instagram or YouTube, you know? And they're looking and expecting unique content. That would be a very big lift for brands to say, okay, I'm gonna know how to create all this content over here, and I'm gonna know how to create it over here, and I'm gonna know how to juggle and keep all the ball. You couldn't do it, certainly not authentically in a way that would generate trust, but creators can. Okay, so we then said, okay, so this trust thing is really important. This is clear that that's what creators are driving, and they're creating that connection. What does that look like across all of these different platforms? We started with a version of this in Qual, and sort of had folks help us understand which platforms are you going where for which types of information and content. And then we validated it in the quant. And you can see that, you know, Snapchat and Facebook, very much about family and friends, certainly a bit of Instagram too. Instagram, though, tends to be a little bit more celebrities. TikTok has got a lot of spread there. They're doing a lot of different things. And then YouTube, you can see, does great with those micro creators and large creators. So these are some of the ways in which people are seeking out different types of content by platform. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in just a moment too, by vertical, because it does change by vertical, and our work allowed us to see that at the vertical level. And I don't have time to get into all of that, but our paper is available, so feel free to take a look at that or reach out to us and we can give you more of those specifics. I've been studying platforms for about a decade, and what each of those platforms creates for folks. You know, some create more happiness, some create more anxiety, some create more humor. And what we saw is indeed that we were able to prove that out yet again. So TikTok, we see a lot of entertainment. Snapchat does well on the social regard. You can see that YouTube does actually pretty well on relax, which I think is kind of fun, right? It serves this need to help you learn about whatever your, you know, hobby is, and that can be relaxing, informed. YouTube really does great on also generating that. And then you can see that this is how it kind of breaks out, and this came from our max diff. And so we were able to see, okay, TikTok, and again, these are, you know, you wouldn't want to stick to these too precisely because there are exceptions. But this is generally what is happening, right? And so in terms of TikTok, it's being seen as a creative outlet, places for tutorials and product recommendations. Makes sense. Instagram gets that aesthetic expectations. I don't think that's a surprise. Facebook gets versatility. It's seen as authentic, and there's deals and promotions. Like I said, YouTube, very much the center for education, those tutorials, those deep dives, detailed information. Something I always tell my brands is, you know what, give your product manager a beer and sit them on a stool with the camera in front of them and let them go. And you know what? Most people won't watch it, but guess what? 5 to 20% of your audience that wants super detailed information will totally geek out on it, okay? And so that's the kind of thing that YouTube, the YouTube environment makes available. Okay, we wouldn't be complete with this presentation if we didn't talk for just a moment about the algorithm, because it's playing a real role. We don't get into it in this presentation. The creators definitely have to work with the algorithm. You know, it's constantly changing, and it is a source of stress for them, and they talked about that in our work with them. But what you can see is happening is that folks are largely letting the algorithm create the content that they're viewing. It's just easier. And in fact, now I even notice on TikTok, there will be folks saying, look, if you aren't getting information on this or that right now, look it up and you'll start to get it in your algorithm. So people are starting to be clear that they can let the algorithm do the work, but then they can, change it back. Like I had a cat phase. I mean, I'm still in the cat phase, forever in the cat phase, but like I was in like a really deep cat phase. And I was like, okay, I need to like not see cat videos for a minute on TikTok because there are other things happening in the world. And so I worked with the algorithm, right? But you can see that on YouTube, they're very much more likely to search for the content that they want. So I think this is, if you guys are on several of these platforms, these results probably make sense, right? On TikTok, the algorithm is really strong. On YouTube, there's a little bit more of that let me go and find it sort of thing. This is the other thing that if you take one thing from this presentation, folks want detail. They do not just want your glossed over, brand brief that, ticks the boxes. They're hungry for detailed information. And the more detailed, the more credible. So really think about, are we as a brand really creating ways for people to get the in-depth information that they want, because this is what folks want. Okay, I promised you that I would show you how this looks. This is just one example of one of the verticals that we looked at, creator and beauty brand collaboration. So what does that look like? So on TikTok, people's favorite is like, I want to see the beauty trends. Myth busting was second, and then third was like the tutorials and how-tos. Instagram, a lot of get ready with me. Funny that on this one, Facebook detailed information rose to the top, but it may also just because Facebook's kind of a little less in the forefront at the moment. And so creators, I think that the thing that really we were left with in this, in talking to creators and talking to consumers, is that creators know what their communities want, and they need to be given the trust by brands. And that really needs to happen through like a meaningful conversation or meeting in real life, not just, oh, here's your brief, go ahead, now do it. That was something we heard a lot from creators, that's not really an environment and that they can work well in. Okay, so here's what you can do about it. I know a lot of folks here are more on the market research side, but feel free to take a picture of this next slide and bring it to your marketing team if they're trying to figure out how they ought to work with creators, what that looks like. The first and foremost is partner. Let them be your co-creative directors, right? I mentioned at the beginning, this was the hypothesis that Gaz had, that Whaler had, and we absolutely saw this come through. These creators are an incredible force. They are creating products. They have their own production teams. So partner, allow them to be a part of that co-creation. Give them freedom, but not so much freedom. They do want a brief. And that was something that came across, that a tight enough brief really helps them to succeed, but not so tight that they don't have room to do something authentic. Meeting with them in real life, really important. Not overthinking creator counts. Matching the objectives to the platform. I think this is a really important finding that came out of this. And you may want to kind of, if you are the custodian of a marketing budget, are you doing that today? To what extent are you allowing the in-depth content to come from YouTube or the authentic moments to come on TikTok? And lead with that information-driven content. All of my research over the past several years has really indicated that people want more information-driven content than they are being often given by brands. And then authenticity, that's just so important in this moment in time. So I'll leave you with invest in trust, design for culture, measure what matters, and that will generate your return on creators. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. And now, we are moving to the next presentation with Graham and Vera, rethinking AI-generated advertising. So, please.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the land that gave the world the word robot. It's the only word that we gave the English language, and it's so fitting that we're here today to talk about robots in a slightly different way than a lot of our synthetic friends have done earlier today. We're going to talk about the impact Gen AI is making in the world of advertising, and most importantly, about the way people react to it. In the creative industry, there are currently two camps. The industry is kind of split on what AI is bringing to creativity. The first camp really sees AI as something that keeps us doing what we do already, but faster and at scale. So they think of AI as a production helper. A really good example of this is coming from the UK agency VCCP and O2 telco brand. This robot, get it, robot behind me, is called Bubble, and it's their distinctive brand asset. And in the olden days, Bubble could only be used for really expensive campaigns because they couldn't afford designers to, draw Bubble doing different things for smaller span campaigns. So VCCP created an LLM model where you can type in and you can put Bubble in any place you want, a catwalk, a passport line at an airport, and this suddenly enabled the brand to have more consistent branding across all of its assets, be they lower spend or higher spend. So this is an example of AI as a helper in creative production. But the other camp in the creative industry takes it further. They believe AI will actually create work that resonates better, that's better creative and more effective in the end. The legendary UK creative Sir John Hegarty talks about AI democratizing creativity. And my favorite example of this is this year's Cannes winner, Lidl This from France, where the brand and the agency created a website where you could go in and you could say, I want a Lidl version of, and you could put anything in there. And then it would create a version of that in Lidl colors. And people got creative. We got Lidlized bras. We got a Lidlized Kim Jong-un, if any of you noticed, above me. All together, in the span of weeks, people created 2 million Lidlized products based on their own ideas. And Lidl then took the winning idea, which I think we're all relieved isn't Kim Jong-un and was a bicycle, and then they made it and put it in their stores, and people got to shop for it. So this is an example of creativity being enabled by AI. Something like this wouldn't have been possible without the LLM models being in place. And while the creative debate rages on, marketers are actually really excited about what this brings to them. In our media reaction study, only 29% of marketers are bothered by Gen AI. But as we all know, marketers aren't consumers. And so when you ask about the same thing to the audiences that these ads are for, the number jumps to 41%. So 41% people globally say that they're bothered by Gen AI advertising. And this, we can, I think, say is a bit of a problem, but we also know proof is in the pudding. People say one thing, and they may actually respond well to some of the advertising. So I will now hand over to Graham, who will answer the first question, which is, can ads created by AI generate true, real human emotion?
Thank you, Vera. So, as Vera was saying, real people seem to be slightly less enthusiastic about ads being made with generative AI than marketers, and that's perhaps not totally a surprise. But that also echoes some of the concerns that the creative community have expressed about, building ads with generative AI and whether that will lose something in terms of the emotional connection that ads can create with consumers. So we wanted to take a look at the reality. And as Vera was saying, we looked at this through a meta-analysis of advertising that's been researched using the Link Creative Development tool by Kantar, and that also features Affectiva's facial expression analysis technology to help understand how people react when they actually watch the ads. So in this case, we looked at 356 ads that have been tested between August last year and April this year. And we dug into that to see how people responded to those compared to ads that were made more conventionally. And the ads were all video, a mix of online and digital, and they do skew a little bit towards the kind of big budget campaigns that big advertisers invest in creative development research to look at. So what did we see? So this is an overall measure of ad performance from the link research. It's a measure of branded cut-through. And here we're looking at the ads made with generative AI and ads that were not. And you can see that on average, the ads made with generative AI were a little bit more likely to perform more poorly. So these are this is data expressed as a percentile of the link database. So there's a big range underneath this. There are some great performers that were made with generative AI, but on average, there was a little tendency for them to perform slightly less well. And if we look at the emotional responses, so as measured by people's facial expressions while they watch the ads, we begin to get a bit of a sense of why there was that difference between the two groups. So what we saw actually is not that people don't respond emotionally to ads made with generative AI. If anything, they show more expressions when they watch those ads. But the nature of those expressions is a little bit different. So we saw more expressions that are more associated with negative states, so more brow furrows, more expressions of confusion, more expressions of sadness. We did also see more surprise, we saw more smiles, but not enough to kind of outweigh the more negative. So on average, we saw a slightly more negative response. And when you look at the ads in this data set, it begins to become apparent why that is. Because when we looked, we tended to see these responses when the AI was frankly looking a bit weird. So when there were artifacts that, where the visuals didn't quite look right or it was distracting. And I'll show you one example. I don't have time to play the ad, but I'll show you one example that makes the point. This is an ad it's an extreme example because it's from the early days of generative AI in video. It was an ad for a hypothetical pizza restaurant called Pepperoni Hugspot. And in the ad, particularly the consumption shots they were suffering from artifacts, so the mouth didn't move right, the faces looked a little bit strange. And the data you're seeing here is viewers' facial reactions over time while they watch the ad. And you can see very clearly in two key dimensions, we got strong responses to those slightly artificial consumption moments. So we saw a big nose wrinkle response, which is kind of associated with disgust, and we also saw a lot of smiles, but actually people were kind of laughing at the ads. So, clearly in this sense, there's a potential for a problem with these kind of artifacts. So this made us go back, look at the bigger data set, and see if we could, validate that hypothesis more broadly. And yes, we can. So here what we've done is taken those ads that were made with generative AI and split them into two further groups. Those where the use of AI is obvious, and by obvious I mean obvious to a normal person, not just an art director, and those that are where the AI is much more seamless, and we've compared those to ads made without generative AI. And you can see it's those ads where the use of AI is more obvious that again tend to be lower performers, in this case on people's claimed enjoyment of the ads. The ads where it's much more seamless perform much more like an ad made more conventionally. And we saw that across a number of different metrics. If we go back to our metric of overall one of the metrics of overall ad effectiveness, that measure of branded cut-through, we see the same pattern. So here what we've done is take the data, split it again into those two groups of obviously made with AI and more seamless, and the top bars there are looking at the proportion of, or show the proportion of ads that are high, medium, and low performers on branded cut-through. The bottom set of data is the proportion, again, where the ads were made in a way that was more seamless with AI. And you can see straight away, the ads that were made with obvious AI are more likely to have more negative or more lower performers. Still some good performers in there, it's not a disaster, but more lower performers, and also the ads where it's much more seamless get a much higher proportion of positive performance. So clearly, it's not just whether you have AI or not, or make your ad with AI or not. It's how you do it and how you use it. And that begs an obvious question. So, obviously this tech is advancing so fast, things are released all the time. So as the tech gets better, as the AI gets less obvious from a technical point of view, and as advertisers and brand teams get better at using it, is this a problem that's just going to go away? Will this kind of difference in effectiveness just dissipate? So we're going to have, it's late, but we're going to have a little bit of audience participation. Quick show of hands. Who thinks that as the tools get better, AI ads will just tend to get better if they're made with AI? Yes or no? Who thinks it's inevitable? We've got some. And who thinks that it's not as simple as that? Split audience. So, actually, I think we'd agree it's somewhere in between the two. Because clearly things will improve as the tech improves, but all the issues that come around, the potential pitfalls for ad creativity, still apply to making an ad with generative AI. And to make that point, we're going to show you an ad that's really from, I think, the cutting edge of the tech as it stands at the moment. So the ad we'll show was made by a creative team at Google to demonstrate the capabilities of Google's VO3 advertising video generation tool. And it's really impressive with what they've done. They've done some very tough things with this. But as we play the ad, I'd like to reflect on both the technological challenge, but also how people are reacting. So as I play the ad, we will show you the smile trace of the audience and how people react while they watch.
Good afternoon, son. Want to take a guess why I pulled you over? Oh, it's not what you think. It's liquid death. There's sparkling mountain water. Wow, you weren't kidding. That is refreshing. But it's not why I pulled you over.
Oh boy. Is it the busted taillight?
Nuh-uh. Is it because of the license plate? Nope.
Shit, man, it's the dead guy, right?
No, sir.
Is it the human trafficking, perhaps?
Nuh-uh.
Man, is it the truck thing?
I don't think so.
Well, what is it then? The robbery?
No.
The bumper sticker?
No.
It's the roadkill, isn't it?
Haven't heard of it.
The chemical waste?
Nuh-uh.
Is it the roller coaster seat? Is it the cult thing?
Absolutely not. Hell no.
All right, I give up. What is it?
It's because it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Kevin. Dad, you remembered. Happy birthday to you.
You're the best dad ever.
Happy birthday to you.
So I can see many of you responding in the same way to the people that we researched this with. There's obviously a lot of smiles in that. And clearly you can see people are responding positively to it, or at least some people are. And again, it's a real creative tour de force in many ways. It's so hard to get the characters to look the same across scenes and so on. But there's something interesting here in that the ad is obviously engaging, but it is not necessarily the home run that you might think it is on a couple of levels. And so I wanted to also show this data, which is, when you actually ask people if they like the ad, it actually scores in the bottom 15% of the link database, which is perhaps not quite what you'd expect. But it's because the ad is super polarizing. So all those smiles that we saw on the previous chart come from a small group of people that said they really liked it, and it didn't really resonate with a whole bunch of other people. So while the ad is fantastic from a technical point of view, it's not a get-out-of-jail card when it comes to other issues that might affect advertising performance, like a creative idea that doesn't fully resonate with all of the audience. So to finish my section, before I hand back to Vera, can ads that are made with generative AI stir emotion? Yes, absolutely they can, as we just saw, but there's some clear watch out. So AI that is kind of distracting or uncanny can produce some negative results, and clearly even as the tech improves, there are still considerations that afflict advertising development that still will affect ads made with Gen AI. And to expand on that a bit more, I'll hand back to Vera.
So our next question that we asked ourselves when we were doing this analysis was if Gen AI can create well-branded ads, or if you're risking your, rest in peace Twitter bird becoming a slightly different bird. The important thing that a lot of marketers ask is if you are using models to create branded work, will you actually be looking like other people? Will you be risking blanding instead of branding, as the joke goes? And when we look at our data, the risk is real, especially amongst the ads that have Gen AI more obviously in them. And when you look at those ads, there are really two culprits that cause the data to perform lower on average. Number one is that a lot of the visualization of those ads is left entirely to AI. And the other thing is that they tend to use models that aren't trained on their brand's tone of voice, on their distinctive assets, and so those ads will suffer. However, if you look at the Gen AI not obvious column, brands that learn to use AI smartly, integrate their tone of voice, train it on their assets, actually benefit from this tech greatly. So when we're thinking about the Lidlize this, the Lidl colors were really there. There was no shade of blue that was wrong or off, or the bubble robot, again, was completely on brand. So there's ways in which the tech can help you immensely, but it doesn't do it on its own. You've got to put your brand at the heart of the models that you're using. Now, we're going to look at the liquid death results in terms of branding. I will mention that this ad was not created in partnership with Liquid Death. It was just something the creative team thought up. So it was not something that the brand managers had control over. But I think we'd all agree that the way Liquid Death shows up in that ad is actually correct. Like, it's the correct visuals, it shows up like relatively early, it looks quite great. However, people do not associate that ad with Liquid Death. In fact, in our data, a surprisingly large number of people say this could have been an ad for absolutely anything, let alone water. And the facial coding data here helps us understand why. So while the visuals of the brand are correct, they show up relatively early, there's no narrative link between what's happening in that scene when the brand comes on and these very engaging, dark humor scenes that come afterwards. So they really overshadow the moment of the brand. They don't build on it in any kind of logical way. And then when the brand appears again, it doesn't add anything to the story, so people lose a little bit of an interest. So while visuals in this case might be correct, it doesn't scream Liquid Death enough. And so it's not just about the visuals. You still have to pay attention to the copywriting that you're doing and make sure that your brand is at the heart of the story. So AI can make well-branded ads, but it is every marketer's and agency's responsibility to put the brand at the heart of the models you use and also at the stories and ideas that you're putting out there. And it wouldn't be an SMR presentation if our last question wasn't into our own ranks as researchers. So we are going to look at whether Gen AI video is going to kill animatic research. Now, we all know in creative research, animatics are hugely popular. What it allows you to do is test your ideas before you spend all this production money, get consumer feedback, and then you pick the best ones, and then you shoot that film and you go into production. And in fact, our data does show that Gen AI is really popular in early stage research. About 9% of all the unfinished test work we do is made with Gen AI stimulus, which is double the rate what we see for finished films. So there's certainly this benefit that the tech is bringing. You can visualize a lot more ideas. It's not as costly and time-intensive as traditional, like human-designed animatics are. So the question is, are animatics going to be obsolete now that we can create near-finished stimuli faster and better? And who thinks animatics are dying or going to die or dead already? Raise your hand. Still a lot of people voting for the death of animatics. So let's take a look at what the data says. So when we look at our overall database and we look at just the unfinished films, we do see that they score slightly lower. So the Gen AI animatics score slightly lower. The interesting thing here is that the gap between Gen AI ads and not using Gen AI ads within the unfinished bucket is a lot smaller than when you look at finished films. Once you're showing people something that's finished, they have a lot less tolerance for your AI uncanny valley situation. They're a lot more tolerant in early stage research. But still, as the tech gets better, their expectations are actually a lot higher. And just because you can create hyper-realistic animatics doesn't mean you have to. AI can actually create animatics that look as if a human drew them the old way, or the way that we're more used to them coming out of like the models, the likes of Midjourney, etc. And I think this is going to be the nerdiest thing I'll show on stage today. As true researchers, we did a project with one of our precious clients, Allegro, a leading Polish e-commerce platform, where they wanted to test what is the impact of the visualizations. So in other words, does it matter if you show people in early stage research a hyper-realistic version versus a graphic version? Will you get different results? And they tested 2 ads, one with a boy and one with a girl, and 2 versions of each. Now, the important thing is that all of them are AI generated, even the graphic ones. The story of the ad was exactly the same, the voiceover was exactly the same, there was not a difference between them, except the slightly more concrete faces on the right. So how did they do? The hyperrealistic ads were not well received at all. In fact, they sunk to the bottom 30% of the enjoyment metric in our database. It just didn't resonate. And when we tested the graphic sisters of these ads, they did quite a lot better. And let me say, it's the same ad. There's nothing different about it except the level of visualization. And obviously, as researchers, we wanted to uncover why. Like, how come you're testing the same thing, you're telling them it's not finished, how come you get such different results? And this is what I have come to call the Polish Timothée Chalamet problem. And facial coding will help us understand why. The green line here is the graphic version, and the metric here is the nose wrinkle, so kind of a cringy disgust expression. When you're showing them the story of a boy, everyone's fine, they're not cringing too much. When you're showing them a hyper-realistic version of said boy that kind of looks like Timothée Chalamet but isn't Timothée Chalamet, anytime that man appears, the cringe goes up. People are trying to figure out whether it is Timothée Chalamet or not. Some people have picked up on it. So sometimes the use of hyper-realistic Gen AI in early-stage research actually introduces unintended executional details you're not actually even thinking about, or you don't recognize yourself. Maybe that does not look like Timothée Chalamet to you or the person who produced it, but it does to the respondent. So what we would advise is to, when you're doing early stage research, focus on the type of insights that you do want to get. So if you're getting feedback on the story, then your visuals can be clear but general enough so that you're not introducing these extra distractions that people will feedback on. Just for full detail, the other ad, while it didn't have a Timothée Chalamet, again, it had so many executional details and people are focusing on different colors of the pillow and the way she falls on it rather than the story overall, which was the purpose of the research and the type of insights the client was looking for. So, Gen AI video did not kill the animatic star just yet. Hold your horses, everybody, and keep using AI to create that stimulus, but don't be afraid to make it look a little bit less Polish Chalamet. And what did we learn from the successful cases? We really saw that wherever the client and the creative agency were in the driver's seat, that work performed and performed well. It's really important to make AI visuals seamless, evoke the intended emotions. We saw from Graham that AI can generate a lot of emotion, but it's not always the ones you're after. Make sure that AI has your brand at its heart, and obviously test your ads to find out whether it's coming across the way you think it should. If you don't be afraid to use AI. There's lots it can do. I mean, okay, we've got the Leadalize, this beautiful bike on the one hand, dictator on the other. There's a range in what it will give you. There's lots of good things it can give you, so you shouldn't be afraid to do that. But don't use it as a shortcut. We saw that the best cases still applied the fundamentals of good creative, strong insight, good strategy, strong copywriting. So don't leave that to the wayside. And don't use hyper-realistic stimulus when doing early-stage research. So those are the main findings that we've come across in this fabulous work. And if you have any questions, we'll be available after the talk and after this panel to answer them.
Okay, thank you, team. So we have seen about creative economy, about Gen AI. So let's move to the fascinating world of banking, games, and children. So welcome to Magda and Gabi to talk about banking and children.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Gabriela Grzelak, and I'm from Wine Lovers Research Agency.
Hi, I am Magda, and I am from Poland, and I am a researcher in mBank. So imagine this, that you are 10 years old, and someone starts explaining you banking, saving, and interest rates. and you would probably yawn, right?
Right. Now imagine instead you are handed a colorful board game. You roll the dice. You earn money, spend some, save some, maybe even design your own banking app. That's what we set out to explore. We asked, what if learning about money could feel like a play? Our research for mBank wasn't a test. It was a simulation. Real decisions, real conversation, kids and parents exploring finance together through creativity and curiosity. The result? A new way to think about young users. So are you ready to play?
Yeah. So, but before we roll dice, let's go briefly through the context of the research, since every game needs some rules, and our also had a few. So why kids? At the leading innovation bank in Poland, we noticed that our banking app was a little bit outdated. So to truly reimagine it, we turned to experts themselves, to the kids. And why to kids? Because for banks, engaging kids early is not a marketing exercise. That's a strategic investment in future long relationships. Because kids might be future account holders, investors, and even decision makers. So build a positive experience now. And you will not only win a child, you will win a future loyal customer who is far more likely to stay with you as a teenager, as a young adult, as a parent eventually.
Yes, but kids are not just future consumers. They are active consumers now. They manage real budgets, pocket money, birthday cash. Some of them have debit cards. And some are already making regular spending and saving decisions on a regular basis. And obviously, there's First Communion, that magical day when an 8-year-old becomes a mini millionaire. But what's often missing is the guidance. And that's the opportunity, not just for them, for us too.
So for parents, opening a bank account isn't only about the convenience. So one of the main important reasons to open a bank account for children is teaching them independence and responsibility. So this bank account might be a tool for learning how to save money, understand value, and save money for some goals.
Now that we know why kids matter, let's talk about challenges. Or in our case, our dragons.
So from a business perspective, our challenge was clear. So banking is not a category that kids naturally care about. It feels abstract, adult, and let's be honest, boring. Yet teaching money habit early is a key. It shapes their future and builds long-lasting bonds between banks and also young customers.
So how do you talk to a 9-year-old about banking? You don't, you play. From a methodological point of view, we had to create tools that let them express their word, not translate others, their needs, their ideas, the way they actually handle the money. So instead of surveys, we gave them stories. Instead of lectures, we gave them games. And instead of assumptions, we gave them a voice.
So let's play. We'll move level by level, defeat some dragons, and fight for victory, as long as we still have at least one heart left.
Ready, set, play.
So as a client, our challenge was quite clear. How do we really explore banking with kids? We could stick to the usual path, but would that bring us insights that we really needed? So let's check it, and we are choosing option 1. Yeah, so this researching kids in adult spaces. That's a big mistake, and we hit some walls very fast. So first challenge, hard to engage. Put kids in a formal setting, and they will not open up. Second challenge, discomfort. These rooms felt weird, intimidating. Instead of talking, kids shut down. And third challenge, unnatural behavior. The children appeared to act differently when the moderator was present, and totally differently when he was absent.
You lose.
So the findings were straightforward. adult methods fail to deliver kids' insights. To unlock real creativity, and honestly, we need to design tools that are designed on children's terms, not on adult terms. So we decided to go a different way.
And we were happy to go with you. Let's pick option B. We met kids in their homes, their real world, surrounded by toys, their pets, their families. An ethical approach where kids are not overloaded cognitively. Instead, we follow their pace in a way that feels natural, comfortable, and respectful of their stage of development. And in that space, everything changed. They laughed, they opened up, they shared. We weren't just strangers with clipboards. We were guests, invited to play. And the result? Trust, comfort, real moments.
So kids and banking talks just don't mix. Long surveys, abstract questions about future financial needs. Nope, because kids think, act, and communicate differently. So one of their favorite ways of communication, it might be drawing.
Let's pick it. We replaced questions with crayons. We asked, draw wealth. I would have drawn a sunshine yacht, but 7-year-old Ada, she drew a rainbow and several lines of zeros. Why? Because when she has money, she's happy, she's colorful. Life is colorful. When she doesn't, she's gray, she's screaming. When given the right tools, kids can surprise us again and again. They can grasp and express abstract concepts. That's emotion, that's clarity, that's insight. Then we turn life into a game. Instead of asking what his biggest challenges are during a day, we ask Kacper, age 12, to design his life as a 4 video game levels. Level 1, walking his little brother to preschool. Challenge, 6-year-old tantrums. Level 2, winning a round of Fortnite. That's not easy. Enemies are everywhere. Level 3, sunbathing. Challenge, not getting sunburned, because he always forgets to put on sunscreen and gets red as a tomato. Level 4, finishing his homework before the final school bell. Challenge, time pressure. Through those drawings, we saw his stress, his joy, his priorities, and we saw where finance might fit.
So another challenge, the kids have limited memories and their stories lack of detail. So ask them to recall some events and you will get the fragments of them. So what we really wanted to see was real-life moments, how kids negotiate with parents, what kind of emotions stay behind their budgeting choices, and of course what is happening with their bank accounts day to day. So we asked our agency to think outside the box, and they delivered it.
We designed our own game, Finansopoly, a research tool disguised as family fun, where kids, parents, and researchers were all sitting together, rolling the dice, playing the roles. Each square sparked a story. Take, for example, Zosia. She has to move 5. Wow, it's an emergency. You are out of cash on a hot day. What now? Next, we had Kuba. He has to move 6. Spending, convenience store trip. What did you buy and how much did you spend last time you visited? And finally, let's take Julcia. She has to go 2. Money. It's your birthday. What did you get and how much did you spend? Julia, for her last birthday, got a Labubu doll, very popular now, a new console, and almost 300 euros. 100 from each set of her grandparents, and 50 euros from each of her godparents.
And so what Julka do with her 300 euros? And does she by any chance put it in her saving account?
Well, we wanted to test that, so we gave her 4 options. A wallet, a piggy bank, a spendings account, and a savings account. After a quick chat with her parents, she decided to buy one more gift for 20 euros, and then stash the rest in her piggy bank, not savings account. Why?
Why? Because parents sometimes need money on cash. They simply borrow it from their children, and that's true. And kids, when they see their money, it matters more. So the virtual money just simply don't exist if they can't see that. So what have we learned? That we need them as a reason to care. So some extra deal, or maybe some interest rates, or something else that makes them feel keeping money in a bank will be rewarding. So through the game, the family dynamics came alive. Who is the leader? Who quietly supports? Who is with team? With who? So step by step, the game revealed not just the child's world, but the role of parents, of siblings, even of grandparents, and of course of the bank in this whole ecosystem.
And for families, it was an experience in itself. Parents learned things about their kids they hadn't noticed before. And for kids, it was a rare moment of being fully heard. Undivided attention, freedom to express themselves, and a playful way to show what they think through the pawns on the board. Simply put, family quality time. That's why when the research was over, they came up to us and asked, where can I buy a game like this?
So kids, especially today, they change their trends as fast as they eat their ice creams. So how would you test what is still cool and what is a total no-no? Especially when you have 30 different app functions to try out.
Simple solution. Let them decide what's cool and what's not in a quick round of hot or not, on in kids' language, love or poop. They had only 5 seconds per function. The idea is to get their top-of-the-mind emotions and thoughts about the functions.
And what have we learned?
Well, payment wristbands, hot. You can flex them as cool.
Personal avatars, they are also hot because children want their app to address them by their nicknames, and also, of course, they want to create their own avatars.
Parental control, you guessed it, not hot.
Yeah, but referring to control, we gave it to them. I mean, we gave it to the kids, and design your own dream app.
Our approach, we wanted to give the kids space for self-determination. Let them translate their ideas and needs into a design of a banking app. They didn't just answer a question, they built it.
So by letting kids be the kings and the queens of their app, we discovered key saving points. So safety matters, and as Oleg's shows, kids want their money hidden away, protected from money-hungry or impulses of kids' parents or siblings. And this function, I mean this ordinary typical safe, was directly implemented in planning our new app for children, of course. So today, we don't encourage you paying.
Wait. One more
sorry.
Yes. Just as adults,
setting for goals.
Love setting these saving goals. And take Zosia, age 8. She's saving for a new bike. And just seeing her account filling up with money brings her lots of joy and excitement for a new purchase.
Yeah, so today we are not encourage you paying your kids for household chores. Of course, it is your decision. But guess what? Kids started to expect it. So for them, daily routines and money are tightly connected. So if I clean my room, I should be paid. And this shift is powerful because kids are redefining value, effort, and reward. And understanding this mindset is the key to design financial tools that truly resonate. It's no longer for them pocket money. It's a kind of negotiation. And that small fun twist, look at this. So for Oleg, washing the dishes is more valued than cleaning his room. And how is that possible, since we know that kids' rooms are usually war zones?
Impossible.
So, finally, by playing the games, we discovered more than anyone could expect it. We understood how children think, dream, and feel about money.
We didn't just collect data. We witnessed emotions, negotiations, laughter, and creativity. Parents discovered new things about their kids, and kids prove that they are more than capable of shaping their own financial future. We won.
Yeah, we won. But we weren't the only ones who gained something. I think that kids, of course, also, they experience empowerment, finally having a real voice in shaping the tools designed for them.
They practice public speaking, presenting their ideas with confidence and pride for the adults.
And they build valuable skills, from negotiations and problem solving to decision making.
And most importantly, they had fun and family quality time, a research that felt like play and brought families closer together. So in the end, there are 3 main takeaways we want you to remember after our presentation is over. First and foremost, always adjust your tools to the target group. Only by giving kids the tools that let them express their world, we could unlock the insights that truly matter.
So we have kept things light and fun so far, but let's pause a little bit for a moment for something serious and really important. So the ethics of research with kids. So always check the Research Association guidelines and remember that Esomar has some clear rules too. Consent. So make sure both children and parents know what participation means and try to withdraw. So kids should always know that they can stop at any time and no questions asked. And minimize risk and harm. So every interaction must protect their safety and well-being. Because ethics isn't only a tick box. It is something that makes our study safe, trustworthy, and meaningful.
And last but not least, always be flexible and develop your skills. Take breaks when needed, adjust your pace to the children's needs, and always redefine your approach. Flexibility isn't only practical, it would let kids feel safe, ready to share their world with you, and engaged. So, in the end, our research wasn't only about banking. It was about giving children a voice, making them co-designers, and proving that serious topics can be approached with joy, playfulness, and creativity.
So, because when learning feels like play, everyone wins.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Magda and Gabi. So we have a great time here. So now we are we have etaps to talking about the automation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining and staying on for the last session of the day. So we're going to have to make this fun. We've entitled this, Cut the Repetition and Create the Insight. And following on from this wonderful gaming theme we just had now, it's all about savings, saving time, saving costs, obviously, and saving your sanity. We've been doing this for many, many years, acknowledged leader in the market research industry in the tech sector for automation and visualization, data reporting, and so on. For those of you who are still creating reports by hand, can we have a show of hands, typing numbers in by hand? Okay, plenty of you. You're in the right session. Obviously, it's a huge distraction from the amount of time that you'd like to be able to spend on finding insights when you're having to type the numbers and make sure you're doing it right. Accuracy is obviously an issue. Whenever anything's done manually, there's more chance for error. And we're not saying that AI doesn't hallucinate, but definitely when you're doing things by hand and you're having to get that report out the next morning and you're up all night doing it manually, that's a chance for disaster there. We've all been there. Fieldwork finishes late, but you promised the client their report within days. How are you going to do that? You literally got to put lots of people doing it all by hand and hoping you can actually get it out the door in time. These are all the challenges, or some of the challenges rather, the common challenges faced with if you're still manually reporting. I want to give you an idea of how, or at least our way of automating works, where we start from objective and work backwards. So we'll start from how the client or the stakeholder wants their report to look. So you have as much flexibility as you want in terms of the look and the feel, the types of charts, the indicators, whatever it may be, the formatting, branding. You stick with that. Nobody's going to change that. And then what we can do is pull the data in from your sources, whether they be Excel, SPSS files, an API. We can even pull in data from Tableau, Power BI, for example. So in real time, you're able to actually generate reports from your research data. And then it merges that data into that pre-formatted template. So you end up with the output that you wanted in the look that you expected, and it remains editable. So we're not talking about systems that just give you images of charts. This is actual a live chart in PowerPoint or in Google Slides that you can make adjustments to before giving it to stakeholders, before giving it to clients, and so on. So an idea then. I said we're going to start from the objective and work backwards. So you may have a set of slides looking like this. So a fictitious brand health tracker. You can see it's a PowerPoint slide with an empty chart. And we're going to automatically populate all these charts, and you can see at the top there where it says you can see that this brand has something by X% since last wave. So it'll actually start writing in some of that analysis text for you. And with partnerships with some AI tools as well, we're able to even derive that from the numbers themselves as well. A table, right now it's quite empty, but in a few moments it will actually become a heat map without having to do much effort. And a more regular looking table there. So this is now the output. So we've done our magic. We haven't got time to do that now live, but this is what the output would look like. So for example, it's populated the word wave 4. That's simple. Next up, the chart, fully populated. Arrows automatically put on there to show significance testing. A circle around our brand showing it's now joint second in the rankings. And it's not just a chart. It's editable, so it's a regular native PowerPoint, or if it was Google Slides, Google chart, with the data behind it, so you can make those changes. Very important, especially if you're talking about trying to get exports out of Power BI and Tableau. This is a great way to do that. And what started off live as an empty table before is now a heat map. So all the cells were automatically colored based on their values. Images for the map, for the country flags, put in automatically. Brand logos put in the right place. The data automatically sorted on the total column, but maintaining our core brand or Rango in the top position. All this logic, all that clever work can be done through the automation. More standard table, you want your stat testing shown and highlighted in superscript. There you go. You want all the base values down the bottom, all those n equals, all populated automatically as well. So literally every detail. And that's possible because we understand the nature of market research data. We understand what market researchers want to do and how they want to visualize their data. But it doesn't just stop there, because we're not talking about charts and tables as being the be-all and end-all anymore. Clients want to see visualizations and infographics. We can drive data into these types of objects as well. So you're not just limited to your PowerPoint charts and your tables, but you can even bring in maps that highlight based on an area and its values. Nice infographics. You see the bottle of the drink and the man and woman there. They're all sized or filled based on a value. So you can really, really bring reports to life and not have to do all this by hand every time. Word clouds, dials. This smiley face, if the numbers would change, the NPS scores changes, it'll go to a sad face or a bland face. So what type of projects are ideal for automation? The first thing that comes to mind would be a tracker. You're doing the same thing every month, every quarter. That's the low-hanging fruit for automation. But it's not just pulling the numbers. It can be intelligent. It can handle changing lists of brands, changing numbers of brands, and so on. Any other adjustments that may be coming from wave to wave. Multi-country projects, regional projects, I want the same thing done across X countries. It would be insane to have to do that nowadays by hand, when you can literally take one market and then replicate it across. But at the same time, understanding there could be differences between markets. There could be a different number of brands and so on, brand lists between markets. We can handle all those nuances as well. Segmentation studies, it's the same set of slides repeated over and over. Again, ideal candidate for automation right there. Or it could be customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction, where it's the same report needed across different segments, different divisions, departments, customer bases, you name it. It's all about saving time and giving you back that time to be able to use it more effectively for insights and further analysis, if you like, adding more value for your client deliverables. If we're talking about Tableau, Power BI, or many other platforms, we can interface with them through an API. So literally take the data from the dashboard in real time and put it into a matching PowerPoint or Google Slides export. Now, nothing today would be complete if we didn't mention the AI word. So how about adding automated analysis text and commentary from quant studies? So here I'm just highlighting in the orange square at the top. This is text that was put through an open AI engine, so it's all safe. It's not like being shared with the world, and writing out a commentary based on the numbers that it analyzes on the slide. Another example as well. The AI-generated commentary is accurate. No chance here for hallucinations, and partly due to it only being putting the data that it sees in the tables in this study. So it's not open to anything else that it can start comparing with and coming to wrong conclusions. And that data is therefore held secure as well. And unlike ChatGPT, the data sent to the OpenAI model is not used to train or improve any other models. So I thought just to wrap up, give you some real feedback from some real clients, some you may be familiar with, different peers in the industry. Here's a typical case where they're saving at least 80% of the time compared to manual preparation of PowerPoint slides. And Tillman's words, that's really crazy. I think that's in a good way. Here we had a project that typically took 500 hours, now only taking 50 hours to complete. That's obviously they're doing other analysis at the same time to make up that. That's saving 90% of report creation time. Report automation pretty much eliminates any kind of human error. Again, we're pulling data directly from the source, and therefore that brings obvious cost savings and time savings as well. But it's not about just saving the time. What can you do with that time? So you can leverage, you can focus your energy on drawing out insights from the data and telling the story. And that's really what it's all about when you're trying to give insights to your clients. We're taking away the pain points. And this is also interesting. Again, in the previous presentation, one of the points was make it fun. Well, this enables you to actually enjoy your work. You're not having to employ people, especially often very juniors. Their first introduction to a market research company is typing in numbers and checking them. Not very exciting, and then you get this churn rate of staff. But if you show them something cool and sexy that can automate the reporting for them and let them use their brains again, that's really quite something. Strategically enables research companies and their clients to be more partners in this whole process and provide a better service. You can use automation to do all sorts of things that you wouldn't have been able to do before. Let's say you're collecting data for a study weekly or monthly, but you only physically have time to report it quarterly. You could just push the button every week, every month, whatever you want, and get a new report update generated, and therefore give more opportunities for your clients to engage with you, potentially for more revenue, or certainly value add. So if you want to talk to us, we can engage with you in one of two ways. You could either have a subscription to our platform, do the automation yourselves. If you do a lot of repetitive studies, that's a great way to go. No limits, essentially. Alternatively, you can use our professional services team. If you have a killer project and you just want it automated, it's a multi-country tracker, and you want to just save yourself days or weeks every quarter. Our team could do the automation, set it up, take whatever time it does to set it up, and then next quarter, upload the new data. A couple minutes later, your deck's ready. It's really a strategy for growth. It's not just, it's another tool. Think of automation, think of all these tools that you hear about today and we'll do tomorrow as opportunities to create more value in what you're doing, giving you time to think and to do more insights, come up with more insights, opportunities for more revenue, You're investing in something now that's going to pay back huge dividends in the future, and very quickly. We're not talking about years from now, we're talking about next wave. You're already saving money. You can build client relationships that are much stronger as a result, because they don't see you as just being a provider, you're a partner with them. And that's really important. That's the difference between being stale, becoming stale in a client's eyes, or actually showing them that you're going over and above and doing something that's more meaningful. And like I said, improved staff satisfaction. It really is true. Initially, a lot of people think, oh, I'm out of a job, AI is here, automation's here, they don't need me anymore. No, we really need human brains, we really do, and real talent. But what it means is they're able to use their talents, they're able to use their brains and not be dependent on manual data entry. So, I know I'm in the last session, so if there are any questions, I can take a couple now. If not, we are in the main exhibit hall, booth number 57, as you turn the corner. Happy to take questions there, or here's our contact details. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you to Esomar for putting on an amazing conference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, thanks to all of you for your time, and also for our speakers, because this was an amazing time. So, okay, I have some messages for you. Please remember, all Esomar members, that we have the town hall. A few minutes next. Also, remember that we have relaxed time tonight at Manifesto Market. I cannot pronounce it. Andel? Yeah. And for people that is under 31, please remember that you have the Yes Barbecue also tonight, and the mentoring session at the Esomar bot. So please remember that we can see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. So thank you and have a good night.
Hi, everybody. So we're just going to set up the room for the town hall now. So even if you're an Esomar member, could you please go outside? We're going to serve drinks in here for you, but we're going to be about 5-6 minutes. Thank you so much.
It's cold in here. It's not cold here.